I'm going to ask the clerk for a roll call, but please note Mr. Tony Tremblay is not with us. He's excused. He is still at the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency meeting.
Councilmember Craven.
Here.
Councilmember Kildee.
Here.
Vice Mayor Santangelo.
Here.
Mayor Milche.
Present. All right, we meet today at 4:30 for the purpose of a closed session. Can I please ask the city attorney to read off the reasons for us to go into closed session?
Yes, I can do that. It'll be a conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. It's the initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. Number of potential cases is 2. And another closed session is a threat to public services or facilities, upgrades for the council chambers. The authority is Government Code Section 54957A, and it'll be a consultation with the representative from the Camarillo Police Department and the city representatives or the city manager, assistant city manager, public works director, and principal civil engineer.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment? No public comment. I don't see anyone out there. So this time we're going to recess into closed session, and we will come back at 5 o'clock. All right, I'm going to call to order the meeting of the Industrial Development Authority. Please let the record reflect that all members are present. Can we have a flag salute? Mrs. Craven, would you like to lead?
Please rise, place your hand over your heart, and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, do we have any amendments to the agenda? Seeing no amendments, do we have any public comments? Would anyone like to speak before the Industrial Development Authority? Seeing no one come forward, we have a consent calendar.
Move the approval.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote. That passes unanimously. Any comments? Seeing none, we will adjourn. And I will open up the Camarillo Capital Improvement Corporation. Let record reflect that all members are here. Any amendments to this agenda? No amendments. Public comments? Anyone like to speak before the Camarillo Capital Improvement Corporation? Seeing no one rush forward, we'll go to the consent calendar.
Move the approval of consent.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote. That passes unanimously. Any comments? Seeing none, we will adjourn. Call to order the meeting of the Public Finance Authority. Please let the record reflect that all members are present. Any amendments to this agenda? No amendments. Any public comment? Anyone want to speak before the Public Finance Authority? Seeing no one rush forward, we'll move to the consent calendar.
Move the approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote. That passes unanimously. Any public comments or comments amongst us? None? We will adjourn. Call to order the meeting of the Camarillo Community Development Commission. Let the record reflect that all members are present. Any amendments to this agenda? No amendments. Any public comment? Anyone like to speak before the Camarillo Community Development Commission? Seeing no one come forward, we'll move to consent calendar.
I'll move the approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote. That passes unanimously. Any comments? Seeing none, I think we got the library next.
4 meetings in 3 minutes. Very good.
Ran that gauntlet.
Another record. I'll call the Camarillo Library Trustees' regular meeting to order, and let the record reflect that I believe we're all directors are present. Yes, and amendments to the agenda. Is there any amendments on this one? Okay, public comments for the library? Any public? All right, we'll move down to the consent calendar, which is 2 items.
Move the approval.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, please vote. And that passes unanimously. Are there any oral communications, any comments from any directors at this particular point?
Staff.
Hearing none, we're going to adjourn. When is the next meeting? I believe it's
February 2nd.
Is it February? February 2nd.
February
Okay,
2nd, the
so
goal study session.
February 2nd? Okay, so with that, we're going to adjourn to our next meeting, which will be February 2nd.
We do have a staff comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot
do
the
have-
staff. Look at that.
Sorry, we do have staff comment. We do have us with us tonight.
Excuse me.
Mandy Nazar, the Director of the library, with a few
You'll have to
comments.
excuse me on that.
Is that
I
on?
have to put the mic on for you here.
Yeah, sorry I couldn't make that brief meeting like the last one, but I'll keep this short and sweet. Good afternoon. So last week we started gathering community input for our upcoming library strategic plan. We held focus groups and received feedback from the public, Camarillo Library board members, community partners, library staff, and city leaders. Our library survey also launched last week, and we have 700 respondents so far.
Ooh.
The survey link is posted on our website, and public can access this until February 1st. The Library South will be featuring the following programs for Black History Month and American Heart Month in February. So for Black History Month, we have a special program with a curator from the California African American Museum in Los Angeles, who will discuss her exhibit, Rites and Rituals, the Making of African American Debutante Culture. Our Youth Services Department will be highlighting Amanda Gorman's book, Change Sings, a children's anthem, with coordinating activities each week in February. In addition, our Russell Fisher Business Coordinator will host Black in Business with Central Coast Minority Enterprise Resource Affiliates. For American Heart Month, we will have a local expert discuss the importance of nutrition and exercise with a walk around the property. Our Youth Services Department will have game sheets and prizes for kids to promote eating more fruits and vegetables. Teens can participate in Heart Health Bingo, and our Russell Fisher Business Coordinator will lead a financial health seminar for small businesses. So that concludes my updates, and I'm happy to address any questions.
Any questions at this particular point? No, I don't hear. Thank you so much for that very informative update. Appreciate that. Okay, so with that now, we will adjourn to the next meeting, which is February 2nd.
I'll call this meeting of the Camarillo Sanitary District Board to order and ask the record to reflect that all board members are present. Are there any amendments to this agenda? Seeing none, we'll go on to public comments. Is there anybody who would like to speak to the Camarillo Sanitary District Board on an item that is not on the agenda? Seeing no one come forward, we'll move to the consent calendar.
I'll move the approval of consent.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries unanimously, assuming that Mr. Kildee is voting yes. Okay. I just can't see the colors for here. Oral communications. Mr. Malche.
It might be one that you were already going to mention, but I found out today that last week, the State Water Resources Control Board adopted a wastewater, or I always mispronounce this word, arrearage, did I get it right? Payment program guidelines in order to provide funding relief to wastewater agencies and wastewater billing entities for unpaid residential and commercial customer debt that accrued between a period last year. So I know that staff's looking at that.
Anybody else? Okay, I have a couple of things. I attended the CASA state and federal legislative committee meetings, and I'm bringing that up here because they're about sanitation things. But at the at the federal ledge committee, Camarillo was called out for having made the contact with Julia Brownlee. She was kind of on the fence as to whether she was going to not support, but co-sponsor the wipes bill that's so important to us. And she's told the Sapersteins that because of our contacts with her, she had made the decision to go ahead and co-sponsor it. So I thought I'd tell you all that because our letters and our phone calls do make a difference. So are there any other comments? Okay. This meeting also is adjourned to February 2nd at the library for the goal-setting session.
I'll call to order the successor agency, special meeting. Record reflect that all directors are present. Any amendments to the agenda? Any public comments? Anyone want to speak before the successor agency? Seeing none, we'll go to consent calendar.
Move the approval.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote. Passes unanimously. Any comments? Seeing none, we will adjourn successor, and we will reconvene the city council. Let me put this away real quick. And let the record reflect that all council members are present. Do we have any amendments to this agenda? No amendments? We'll move down to the consent calendar.
Move the approval.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote. That passes unanimously. Take us into our one and only discussion item as part of the agenda, item J.
Yes, good evening, Your Honor, and members of the City Council. I'm John Thomas, Assistant Director of Administrative Services. The item before you tonight is to consider participation in SAE's Charge Ready program and purchase of electric vehicle support equipment. Before outlining the details of the program, I would like to do a quick review of the actions that brought us to tonight's item, as well as provide information on our existing fleet and how beginning a transition of our fleet to zero emissions is both feasible and achievable. So almost a year ago, the City Council affirmed the goal to provide cost-effective, efficient services to the public while minimizing impacts on the environment, and established a specific goal, a fifth objective under this goal, to evaluate the transition of public transit and general use city vehicles and the infrastructure necessary to reduce greenhouse gases by electric hybrid or by other environmentally friendly options. Also then, on October 13th, the council adopted a resolution, number 2021-103, authorizing staff to pursue grants, rebates, and other opportunities to fund the installation of infrastructure supporting zero-emission vehicles and to ensure future city fleet vehicle purchases are evaluated with a priority for available makes and models that are most able to meet zero-emission vehicle standards for each vehicle class, operational need, and existing supporting infrastructure, together with the financial feasibility. Staff worked towards these objectives, and on December 7th, staff presented to the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee an analysis of the city's existing fleet, a potential transition to electric vehicles, and conceptual plans prepared by Southern California Edison for the installation of charging station infrastructure at 3 facilities as part of SAE's Charge Ready program. The committee reviewed the Charge Ready program, provided input, and recommended the item be brought to a future council meeting, which is being presented tonight. Staff has been focused on three primary areas as we look towards these objectives. The first is the alignment of our fleet vehicle replacements with available ZEVs that are currently available on the market. Also, we have a focus on infrastructure because we realize that any successful transition would require infrastructure in order for electric vehicles to be able to charge and be a part of the fleet. And then also, we are identifying available grants and programs that are becoming available and more increasingly becoming available. And we'll go over a couple of those in the next few minutes. The city fleet currently includes 74 vehicles identified in 3 categories: light duty, medium duty, and heavy duty. 33 or 45% of the fleet is scheduled to be replaced within the next 5 years. In the light duty category of vehicle, we have 22 vehicles scheduled for replacement over this 5-year span. Many of these vehicles are utilized as pool cars, inspector compliance vehicles, utility service vehicles, and are considered as candidates for replacement as ZEVs, because light-duty vehicles are what's becoming available in the market as we look at it today. Here's a selection of vehicles that we're looking at. I would like to highlight the Ford F-150 Lightning. Commercials are starting to appear on TV, and it's becoming more widely known that it's going to be available. But the Ford F-150 is a half-ton vehicle and one that we have many in our fleet and could benefit from having this as a ZEV within our fleet. In addition to the light-duty vehicles, also heavy-duty and medium-duty are also coming online, we expect, in the next few years, which will allow for the remaining of the fleet to be looked at and considered for zero-emission vehicles in the near future. A preliminary cost comparison of electric vehicles for currently available light-duty vehicles indicates that a zero-emission vehicle is about $3,000 higher in price, the purchase price, than a comparable gas-powered vehicle. Although initial purchase costs may be higher, there are savings to be expected with a zero-emission vehicle in terms of fuel and in maintenance. For example, in this class of vehicle, the average fill-up cost that we find if you consider $4.75 a gallon, is about $78 for a full fill-up, compared to an electric vehicle charge of about $15 based on the current kilowatt rates, for an approximate cost savings of about $63 per fill-up. At this rate, the additional cost to purchase an electric vehicle is offset by fuel savings after about 2 years. But in addition to this, we do find that electric vehicles do have fewer moving parts, and it results in less maintenance and less repairs. And so switching to an electric vehicle can provide savings over the life of the vehicle in reduced fuel costs and emissions, combined with lower maintenance and repair costs that offset the purchase price, and even lead to long-term savings when compared with gas-powered vehicles of similar size and with comparable features. As I noted, we do understand that we have to be looking at infrastructure as well to support these vehicles. And the timing is almost just right, because on November 15th, 2021, the U.S. President signed a new $1 trillion infrastructure bill that makes competitive funding available for sustainability and resilience projects. And in addition, the state has partnered with Southern California Edison in establishing the Charge Ready program to meet the need for electric charging stations, charging infrastructure throughout the state. So we are looking at opportunities not only at the federal level, but also within the state. The Charge Ready program is, so the Charge Ready program is one that we have been actively working on. And just to give you some details on that, it is a $432 million program that comes through the CPUC and is administered by Southern California Edison. And this particular program focuses specifically on light-duty electric vehicles. It's an expansion of their original program, their Charge Ready 1 program, which is kind of a pilot program. This is the Charge Ready 2 program, and it's the one that has the most funding at $432 million. It provides significant financial and technical assistance to install charging stations, and they do have a target of 38,000 charging ports that they want to add up and down the state. They understand that in order for any successful transition by those who would buy electric vehicles would require having additional charging stations. You have to have the ability to charge. And so that's what this program really is meant to do, is to fill out those locations. They do offer 3 programs as part of this overall program, and I'll go into the one that we are looking at. The specific program that we are looking to participate in is called the Charging Infrastructure and Rebate, SCE Built. What that is, and I'd like to just show, let me see if I can show it up here. I'll show it this way. So in the infrastructure that you would typically have in a charging station, a location, you would have the main transformer, and then you have your service, and then you have the meter. This would be considered the utility side. Then you have this line, and on the other side is the customer side. That's where your actual electrical panel resides, and then all the in-ground conduit that would go to where each of the charging stations would be located. In the SCE Built program, SCE will actually build both sides of the infrastructure. They will do whatever is required to outfit the transformer and the existing service to the meter, and then they will also be installing electrical panel and all the conduit wiring all the way to the stub out in the ground where the charging station pedestal would be placed, and I'll show you a picture of that in a few minutes here. And so SCE would provide both of that as part of, both those sides as part of this program. Some of the requirements in order to participate in the program include that you must be a SCE customer and own, lease, manage, or be the customer of record of the project site. The project must also be an SCE service area. If necessary, customers are required to grant easement rights to SCE. Each project site is required to install a minimum of 4 level 1 or level 2 chargers. and that they are also meant to be, they also have to be separately metered, so each one of them can be individually tracked for their usage. Requirements also include enrollment in a time of use rate plan and demand response program. And to qualify for rebates on the equipment, all the equipment must be selected from SCE's approved product list and must be kept operational for 10 years. Monthly charging data must also be provided to SCE, and the city is responsible for the purchase, installation, and maintenance of the above-ground charging station equipment, which we plan on purchasing with a 5-year warranty. This, as the slide indicated, the project or the program began on July 12th, and we were really quick to get our applications in because we saw the advantage of this program. We submitted for 4 sites: the Corporation Yard, City Hall and Constitution Park, the library, and also the Camarillo Ranch. Staff identified these sites as being the most critical for the successful transition of the existing fleet to electric vehicles, while also providing opportunities for city staff and the public to access electric charging stations. Upon the application submittal, SAE scheduled and conducted site surveys at each of the 4 sites to determine the program feasibility based on a set of criteria. First, the number and location of charging ports to be installed. Secondly, proximity to existing SAE infrastructure. Thirdly, existing or needed ADA paths of travel. And upon completion of the site survey, SAE's review, staff is notified that 3 of the applications were accepted: the Courtyard, City Hall, Constitution Park, and the Camarillo Public Library. However, Camarillo Ranch site was denied due to the inability to locate ADA parking stalls with the required paths of travel and the low number of charging ports that could be accommodated with the existing SAE infrastructure. Staff was submitted with conceptual plans for each of the accepted sites, and I'll step through those here. This is the Corporation Yard. North is at the top of the screen, and down here is the main road that you would drive in to get into the Courtyard admin buildings. This is the water area here. This is the break room, and again, north is at top of the screen. We see here that they've identified the location of ADA charging stations that are required for the site. Also, we have a series here of 4 dual port stations, which would be a total of 8 stations along this row. This is identified because this is where our water division parks their vehicles, and they have the vehicle class type that would be that would lend itself to a light duty vehicle of electric vehicle, a zero emission type. Also down here are 3 dual ports. That's a total of 6. That would make a total of 6 ports at that location, and this would be for staff use potentially. And then also there's 4 ports in this direction in this area here where other vehicles can make use, for a total of 20 charging ports at that site. The next concept is here at City Hall and Constitution Park. And this is oriented, it's a little, I know it's a little light, but this is facing west. So this would be the church property going along the north, or going along the west side here. This is the stage and behind the stage. So it kind of gives you some orientation there. What we have here is a bank of 4 dual ports, which would be a total of 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Excuse me, it's 5 dual ports for a total of 10 along this bank here. Typically, our fleet vehicles will park in that area, and so that's a location where fleet could charge from. There are 4 ports located on this area right behind the stage, which could be used for park attendees or public. And then there are 6 ports along this side here in the staff area parking. It's these locations were picked because we felt that it gave us the most flexibility in terms of, during Monday through Friday, possibly having fleet have access here, but then during the weekend, if there's a concert or event when these trucks may need to be moved, then it could be opened up for public use, and it provides those kinds of opportunities if we choose to offer that. And then, of course, the ADA, 2 stations here for ADA on that side. The third location is at the library, and north is at the top of the screen. The property along here is what splits the library from then the high school, which is up above here. The book return is in this area there, and this is where the Friends book drop-off is there, just for reference. And what we see here is a bank of charging stations along this landscaping. And then we have the ADA accessible units there against the sidewalk with a ramp access onto the sidewalk for path of travel. So this, let me show this. This is the process diagram that SCE provided that shows how the whole timing of their process takes place and how it interacts with decision points along the way. Everything in gold is SCE, an action that SCE takes, and everything in gray is anything the customer or us, the city, would take. The pink arrow here shows where we are at currently. We have filled out the application in step 1, gone through the screening process, conducted evaluations, received the conceptual design, and now we're at a point where we signed the agreement. And you can see the very next step is also the submit proof of purchase of the electric vehicle support equipment, which is the same as the above ground pedestal equipment, the actual station that you see above the ground. The intent is to have the agreement signed tonight and then also have the ability to purchase the equipment so that then Edison can then enter into their design and build phase, which is really the next big step in the process. The equipment is pictured here. This is pretty much what you will see above ground. This is the charging station. It's called a bollard or a pedestal. And you can see that this is a dual version. You could tell because it's got two handheld, two handheld devices that you would use to charge your vehicle with. There's one on each side. These would sit in between the stalls and actually serve 2 stalls, each side serving its own stall. And also just for scale, I provided a picture here so you could kind of see how big they are in relationship to an individual as it sits there. The equipment costs for each of the sites, there's a more detailed breakdown in the report. This is kind of more of a summary that's presented here, so you can see each of the sites and the cost of the equipment, including the installation for each of the 3 sites. There is a rebate of $725 per port. So one dual port would actually have $1,450 as a rebate instead of just $725. It's per port. And so the estimated rebate amount is alongside there shown with an after cost rebate that we would expect at the completion of the project when we submit for the rebates. We do ask for a 15% contingency amount. This is a project that potentially could have unknown costs that come up. It's something that may take 6 to 8 months before it's actually completed. And so just because of that, we do ask for a 15% contingency for a total estimated project total of $473,896. I will say that we would continue to pursue grants and programs that are available, and there are a few that we already know about that we will be applying here shortly for, and hopefully it'll reduce this cost down even greater. I did try to get an understanding from Edison as far as the cost share, because obviously they're paying a particular portion and then we pay a portion. And it's about they wouldn't really give too much detail in terms of numbers, but they said it's kind of like an 80-20 cost share, where our costs for the equipment are about 20%, their cost for what they're putting in is about 80%. So it's very favorable to the city, especially in the fact that that 20% cost can be offset by rebates and hopefully be brought down to a much lower amount as we're successful with grants and whatnot. The recommendation for staff is to authorize city manager to execute the charge-ready charging infrastructure and rebate participation agreements for the Corporation Yard, City Hall, Constitution Park, and Camarillo Public Library, and sign the quotes with ChargePoint, Inc. for equipment and installation purchases. I know there's a lot here to go over, and I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Do we have any questions? Charlotte?
I have two questions. First of all, those three locations, the City Hall, Library, and Corp Yard, are all currently under SCE?
Yes, they are.
And then the other question, I didn't catch how many spaces there would be, how many charging ports there would be at the library.
There would be 14.
14, thank you. That's all I had.
Kevin?
Yeah, John, I just want to make sure that I understand to the best of my ability the cost of this. Am I understanding that Edison will pay for 80% of it and we'll pay 20% of the total cost?
Yeah, let me be a little more clear on that. They will pay for the entire installation of all the in-ground infrastructure, which itself would be about, that would be the 80%. The 20% is the above-ground equipment. And so they will, what they're going to be paying for is all the design, the engineering, the construction, in order to build the infrastructure. Then when they leave it, what they leave is basically capped off wires in the ground with some bolts that then later on, what we're responsible for is at the end of the project, when SCE has done all of their work and left it all in that stub out form, then we come in and we would install the equipment that we then purchase and have to pay installation cost for on top of that. And actually, we would be installing these units. And that's what that cost is for the equipment.
Okay.
I will say, though, that they do offer a rebate for that equipment. And so we don't bear the full cost of the equipment. There's actually a rebate that we apply for with Edison at that time, at the end of project completion.
Okay,
So
so
we
is
do
that,
expect-
is that the rebate, is that the, I think it was what, somewhere around $40,000 rebate?
That's
Is that-
correct.
Is that the rebate?
That's the rebate.
Okay, now a question I have with the equipment, will we own the equipment or do we lease it from somebody?
We own the equipment.
So, okay, so when you own the equipment, is there a maintenance part of that equipment?
Yeah, that is part of the cost that is built in, is that we have with ChargePoint, we kind of pay a maintenance as part of that. It's not, it makes sure that, well, because we have a 5-year warranty on these, it's highly recommended because of the fact that these pedestals are around vehicles, and we want to make sure that they stay upright and functional. And in fact, the program requires us to keep them working for 10 years. And so part of that 5-year warranty is the maintenance.
Are they
Keep them up
going
to
to
date.
be covered or will they be out in the open? these
They
charges?
are out in the open so that they are accessible. So it would look like in the picture on the screen, that's how they look installed.
Okay, and then, so with that, how long will it take a car to be charged? And is it, I believe now it's like you can get like, obviously I don't have an electric car.
Sure.
So you need to educate me a little bit on this.
That's fine.
So, right now, my understanding is when you do charge your car, you can charge it up to 80% of its capacity, is that correct?
It really kind of depends on the battery, but yes, you wouldn't normally charge. It's not the same as a standard gasoline vehicle where you take it all the way down to near zero, then you fill it all the way up, and then you bring it all the way back down to zero. You wouldn't bring it down that far before recharging the battery.
And do you know how long it would take to get an average, whatever an average
Yeah.
charge is?
So what we're looking at, just for education purposes, there's level 1, 2, and 3 charging. Level 1 is really your slow charge. That's literally almost straight out of your outlet, like in your garage. And it could take 8 to 10, 9, 12 hours to charge a full charge. Some people who, only go out every little bit, maybe that's fine. There is another level of charging, a level 2 charger, and that's about 220 to 240 volts. And that will charge a battery in about 3 to 4 hours is about what it's rated at. And that is what we're looking at installing here. These would be level 2 chargers. The level 3 charger is also known as a DC fast charger. Tesla calls it like a supercharge, and it can probably charge a vehicle in 35, 45 minutes, and that would be your real fast charge. Currently, right now, the SCE program, the CPUC, has not certified the program for DC fast charging, and so we're looking at the level 2 charger, which we think would work well with how our fleet comes back to the yard and we need to charge, and also work well with if we were to offer it for staff, the few hours that staff are here on site.
Okay.
Anyway,
So one, and I won't ask any more questions. One concern I have is I believe I heard that there'll be 14 these stations at the library. And one concern I may have, and this may happen, it may not, it's pure conjecture on my part. Would we anticipate any students from Rancho Campana going over there and using the charging stations? And if that's the case, would that be a challenge for our library patrons to be able to use these stations? I don't think it's going to be an issue at City Hall. I don't think at the courtyard. My somewhat concern, having not knowing the level of this, is at the library as to whether or not 14 stations is going to be enough, or maybe it's too much. I don't know, but my thought is that would there be an opportunity for students to use these as well?
It would be up to us as far as how the public would access these. In this case, if it was public use, then there would be ability for students to charge vehicles as well. I would say that we don't want to find yourself in a situation where somebody leaves a car there all day and is taking up the whole spot for 8, 9, 10 hours, and we know that at a level 2 charge, you're not going to need to necessarily be there all day. I will say, though, that there is no overnight parking at the library, and that is enforced with a guard that is there on site from 10 p.m. until 6 a.m. in the morning. If we did find that it was being used in a way where somebody was parking a vehicle there overnight, we would be able to take care of that. But as far as public use, student versus patron of the library, it'd be really hard to differentiate.
Okay, that's all I have.
Charlotte?
I just wanted to add that at the train station, we have charging stations, and I believe we have signs that limit the amount of time they can stay there, even in the daytime. So somebody can't plug it in at 5 o'clock and leave it there plugged in and taking up that space until 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning till 6 o'clock at night.
There's a variety of signage that we can look at posting. As you can see, there's some areas on the actual pedestal itself that lend itself to various kinds of signage, and then there's even additional signage that we can have posted as we work through the mechanics of how it actually gets implemented.
Tony? Oh, Susan?
Can I have one
Kevin?
follow-up? Sorry,
Yeah,
do you
follow up,
mind?
Kevin.
Just really quickly. John, do we know what our potential cost will be with the rebate and the Edison doing the infrastructure, and what our cost will be, or will that come back at a future date?
So our costs that are, with this program, the costs that we have to pay are all the equipment costs, which is in the table on the screen there. And so what we would anticipate is that we would initially have to pay the initial amount before we would get the rebate. Rebate would come later. So we anticipate about $411,000 prior to the rebate. And then we're asking for a 15% contingency on top of that for just any unforeseen things that may arise. So the total amount is about $474,000. If we didn't spend any of the contingency and we got all of our expected rebate, which I imagine we would because our equipment qualifies, then the amount would be $371,000.
474, okay.
And that's before our going after more money to offset this cost. So there's a potential to bring that down significantly through other grants that are available.
Thank you.
Tony?
Thanks, John, for the presentation. The question I had was with respect to, if I'm understanding the staff report correctly, there's about $432 million of state monies available through the PUC to SoCal Edison. Am I understanding that correct?
Yeah, yes, Edison is administering the program.
Right. But then at the bottom of page 4 of 6 of the staff report, and this is with respect to the above-ground infrastructure, we have a rebate of total rebate of about $40,600, and I get that, but then their statement is made that we're going to pursue other available rebates and incentives through the Cal EVIP program, California Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Project Program. Isn't that the same program as the $432 million for state funding?
The Charge Ready program and Cal EVIP are actually two separate programs.
Okay, I wasn't clear from reading the staff report.
Oh, okay.
So if we I guess the question then is this: if we're participating in the first program with respect to the below-ground infrastructure, that does not disqualify us in any manner from participating in the Cal EVIP program, correct?
That is correct.
And what would you expect? No, let me rephrase. What would you anticipate that we could hope to recover as additional rebates over and above the $40,000 without holding you to it? But what would you anticipate, based on the experience of other municipalities, that we might be additionally able to recover on top of the $40,000 plus from the Cal EVIP program?
The Cal EVIP program does have some nuances on its own that would impact how much money we could receive back from that program. For example, in the Cal EVIP program, you can only qualify for stations that are specifically available for public use. That would mean that our courtyard, for example, which has a gate and we wouldn't necessarily want public use, those would likely may not qualify. But the hope would be, I know there's a limit. If I recall correctly, I think there's a limit of about $640,000 per agency in terms of what they're able to request. And so we definitely fall under that threshold. So we would be submitting our total equipment cost and just see how much of that we're able to gain from that program.
But since they're two separate rebate programs, what you get in the first program, you're not deducting from your eligibility in the Cal EVIP program.
That's right.
correct?
What SCE would do is they want to pay whatever's the remainder from any other program that you've been able to receive rebate from, up to the $725 per port. So we would submit for the Cal EVIP and see what we get off that, and then. But you're right, we can't double dip. We can't get reimbursed for the same money twice.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Susan?
Along the same lines, can you put the timeline back up? If it looks like this is only, well, we know how long things really take, but it doesn't look like a really long time. So is there enough time for more opportunities for other grant or rebate programs? I'm just trying to be realistic. I mean, that would have to be obtained before this is completed, correct?
Some programs don't require it to be before.
Oh, okay.
There's a qualification where if you have just recently made purchases, then you may qualify to submit those past purchases for incentive or rebate.
Okay.
But you're right, that is when we first saw this back in August, that's a very optimistic timeline, I would say. But I would estimate a project, if agreements were signed tonight and communicated to Edison, we're moving forward, I would estimate probably construction around maybe this time next year. Yeah.
Thank you, John. I have just quick follow-ups. Everything is level 2. I count a total of 56 charge points.
That's correct.
So, and then of those 56, 36 would prospectively be public. Those are the 36 are the ones at the city hall and the library. For charge point, and this maybe answers Kevin's question or concern. I know you can program the charge point chargers. So if you want to turn them off at certain hours, then you can do so. You can program them to be operational or accessible to the public whenever you'd like. So you do exhibit some control. We could certainly post signs, but yeah, we can program those however we need.
That's true. They could be programmed by day, by hour. They're very flexible.
When it comes to using ChargePoint and the chargers, I know that we would have to determine how, to the extent that they're accessible to the public, how we would like the public to interact with them and the rates in which they would charge the public for charging. Through this agreement, no one's between us and the public in terms of the cost of delivering the power, right?
That is correct. Okay. Edison does not say we have to charge an amount or any threshold. That is up to us to charge the public what we want to charge the public. All that Edison requires through this program is that we report it to them what we are charging and what the usage is.
So if we wanted to, we could offer it at cost, whatever that rate is, time of use, or we could add a few pennies on top of that if needed to, if we wanted to use that as a form of collecting for maintenance, offsetting, the 10-year maintenance of it.
That is correct.
Okay. And then the quick math, the 80-20% kind of share split. If we're expected to put up approximately $400,000 on our end, knowing that some of it's going to be rebated, then we're looking at Edison through this program putting in about $1.6 million
That's
on
about
that
right,
approximately.
yeah.
So they'll be putting in quite a bit of infrastructure at no
Correct.
cost to us, which is terrific. Okay. Do I have any public comment? Nope. All right, no public comment. What are the wishes of the council?
Move the approval.
I'll second.
I had a motion from Charlotte and a second from Tony.
I have a.
Oh, you have a
I'd
comment?
like to comment if we.
Absolutely.
I wanted-
I'm sorry, yeah,
I was
let's,
a little late to the game.
no, go ahead.
I have another question. Do you mind if I
Yeah,
ask just
go
a
ahead.
really quick question here? So roughly speaking, if this does get approved, my understanding, a lot of these vehicles are backlogged. Like when we talk about that Ford truck, I believe the Maverick, I believe there's a 12-month waiting list right now on that. So are there any thoughts about, obviously you build the infrastructure first and then, being fully aware there may be a delay before we can get the product. Is there
Yes.
any thought on that?
Yeah, so we are aware of the backlog of available, of the vehicles, and we know that there's a long waiting list. We are keeping track of wait times, and so our hope is to put in we know that this will take time to put in, and our hope is to have vehicles start arriving by the time that we get the infrastructure in place and the charging stations installed.
And that might be, was it
would
6
probably-
months,
could
a
be
year,
Yeah, it might be
perhaps?
about a year.
About a year.
So when we checked with our sources, our fleet manager checked with his sources, and the lead time was about 6 months, is what he was finding for some of these vehicles. And so we've just been tracking that. And what we want to do is, obviously, we want to get our name in early and try to time as much as possible so that we have delivery of vehicles in the same time frame as the completed project.
Okay, all right, that's all I have, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? No, I had a motion and a second on the floor. Please vote. That passes unanimously. Let's see, what time is it? 5:51. You want to do oral communications? Yeah, we can get some time. We can go past 6, or into 6. So we'll go with oral communications. City Attorney. Any comments? I'm looking at you.
Oral communication.
Oral communications, do you have any updates?
Do you have any?
No, I'm just asking if you have any. Okay. City manager.
No, sir.
Okay. We'll take it down the line, but on the other side, Mr. Kildee, we'll start with you today.
Okay, let's see, reports on meetings. January 13th, I had a VCOG. January 20th, I had a VRSD. Let's see, investment. We had an investment committee meeting with Mrs. Craven on the 25th of January. And that's all for the reports. I don't think I have anything else tonight, so that's all I have.
Okay. Ms. Santangelo.
Okay, for meetings attended, January 13th, Airport Authority. January 19th was CPA Executive Committee. January 21st, Economic Development and Land Use Committee. And this morning, I had Library Strategic Planning at 9 a.m. And then at 1 p.m., along with Mayor Malche, we met with Vanessa Carr, who is regional representative for Governor Newsom, reaching out and I think trying to improve the communications between municipalities and the governor's office. So that was interesting. Couple of things that I wanted to see if I have some support to put on an agenda. It's CPA. Let me back up, sorry. There are two things about CPA I wanted to talk about. One of the things I've already talked to staff about, and that was when CPA rates were going to be higher than Edison, we opted out for the large city accounts. And so I'm wondering if, given that rates are going to, flip again, if we shouldn't be thinking about opting back into CPA for the city accounts. So I've asked them to kind of take a look at that and see what financially that looks like.
Didn't we just vote to obligate City Hall, the library, and the courtyard to stay with Edison so we could participate in this program? That was my understanding. The first criteria that John gave us was that they had to be SCE accounts.
Do you want to pose that as a question?
Is that I guess, is that accounts for their electricity or for the delivery?
I think probably the electricity.
My understanding is it's the delivery, but we
Yeah.
can look into that as opposed to
Yeah,
generation.
because CPA is part of the,
Yep.
yeah, so I
So
We'll look into that.
I didn't understand.
I said, I'll have to confirm that.
They're going to look into whether it has to do with delivery or use of infrastructure.
The
Sorry,
dealings I've had with
generation.
with Edison, with VRSD a few years ago when they were trying to do contracts, it means Edison's going to give you everything. But I think we need to check that before we make any other decision.
Yeah, and I think that the accounts that we opted out of were for streetlights. Is that?
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Santangelo, I haven't had an opportunity to review that, but we'll take a look at it. Yeah, I think they were for larger accounts, maybe not necessarily the facilities, but we'll take a look at it. I just can't tell you with certainty tonight.
Yeah, I had just asked them a few days ago, so I just wanted you all to be in on what I had asked them to do. So the second part of this, though, is CPA and talking about our default level. And I wanted us to have an opportunity to talk about it again. Yesterday, Hawthorne and Buena Park went to 100%, bringing it up to 29 cities, 2.5 million people that are at 100%. We had Ted Bardicke here, I think, twice in the last 6 months to talk about what's happening with rates and to also share with us what the other cities and counties had experienced when they went to the 100%. And the reason that I'm bringing it now, we kind of have, we're in a place where we have three options, where we could do nothing, and then October of 2022, we would go into the clean level. If we wanted to go to 100% this year, we would have to take action by March 15th of this year. If we wanted to go to 100% and have that take effect in October of 2023, then we would have to take action by December 31st of this year. That's how long it takes for us to take action and then for it to happen. So yeah, I'm looking for support so that we can bring it back on the agenda, hopefully, well, by March 15th, so that we can make a decision about that.
When Ted was here, did he advertise, and I'm pretty sure I recollect correctly, he advertised that CPA's 100% was going to be lower than SCE's base?
Yes. Yes, all CPA rates are going, even the 100% will be lower than Edison rates.
So what you're asking right now is you're asking for a second to at least bring it back to the council.
Well, I don't know, it's not really on the agenda, but can I just ask a question on that? Because my understanding, that may be true for a year, but after that, they don't know. Did I hear that right? In the last, I believe it was it the last meeting that the gentleman came? Yeah.
Yeah, I think the feeling is right now that because of the PCIA, this is going to get really complicated, that there's still going to be some volatility in rates. But I think that the biggest tranche of that PCIA, I'm not explaining this right, is not going to affect the rates as much 2 or 3 years out. I'm not sure if that reflects it correctly. But I think that volatility, or at least in the difference between the comparison, will probably slow down.
Mr. Tremblay?
Can I just ask a clarifying question? Is that okay? Could you just repeat the deadline dates
Timelines.
again? Because my understanding is that, well, I'll make a statement and then a question. My understanding was that we were going to revisit the 50% issue in October. Or, I'm sorry, that those rates would take effect in October, the 50% rate would take effect in October unless we otherwise selected another rate. But what was but in order for, if the city council were to decide to go to 100%, that decision would have to be made by March 15 for those rates to go into effect when, I just didn't, I don't think I heard you right, Susan.
October of this year, 2022.
So what we're really talking about here is taking potentially what we would otherwise be going to at a 50%, we would be doing 100%.
Correct.
Okay. I thought I heard a December 20, I thought I heard a 2023.
That's like, if we did nothing except talk about this in October and then make a decision then
Got it.
to go to 100%, we wouldn't be able to do that until 2023.
Now I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
I think it'd be, I'd be interested in looking at it and more thoroughly. So I'll be your second. Anything else?
That does it for me.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Tremblay.
Could I just ask, I mean, I know this will be thoroughly prepped coming back to us, but if there's a way that we could take a look at that, particularly within the context of what's going on with the PCIA, that would be helpful, because I know how complicated it is to explain, to deal with the PCIA.
Yeah.
But that is relevant, in my view, to a discussion that we're going to have, because we're trying to figure out, we're trying to crystal ball what's going to happen, and that's tough. Okay, thanks.
Mrs. Craven?
Okay, first of all, last Wednesday night, I did the training for the Neighborhood Voices group so that I can, whenever I get the official petitions, I'll be able to go out and start collecting signatures for the Brand Wang Mendoza tripartisan initiative, land use initiative, that our city council took a position to support at this last meeting. So you have to, in order to do that, you have to take their training because it's very complicated as to what the ways people can sign. I'm talking the physical ways people can sign these things and not. And so every county clerk is different, and it's going to all, they'll, depending on where you live, so. Anyway, I'll be doing that in the future, and I thought I'd let you know. I attended an investment committee meeting yesterday and a policy committee meeting this morning. Contract Cities Association Ledge Committee today, and as I said earlier, I attended the CASA state and federal legislative committees last week. I have two requests. First of all, I would like to adjourn in the memory of Rose Wissery. Rose, for many years, was a volunteer for the city in several capacities. She was on the original board for the Ranch Foundation, and she was on that board for, it says in her obituary, 10 years. I thought it was longer than that. She is the one who actually started the gift shop and ran the gift shop as long as it was out there. She did a great job with the Ranch Foundation. She also volunteered with Friends of the Library. And she was in the very first group of people who were inducted into the Ventura County Educators Hall of Fame. She was also a doña for the Ranch Foundation, for the Historical Society. So I would like to, I'd like to ask you if we may adjourn in her memory tonight. And then, while I'm asking that, I'll go ahead and ask another one. Former city employee Richard Navarez passed away the 17th. He was a city employee in the engineering department from 1985 through 2015 for 30 and a half years. And his, well, I have another piece on it. His memorial, there'll be a public viewing on Friday at the Reardon Funeral Home in Ventura. And then there will be a celebration of his life on February 19th. And I asked if we could adjourn in his memory too. So I'll leave those for Carrie. And it's getting a little bit late. Could we do the history thing after everything instead of taking up time now? Okay.
Are there any events attended you want to cover? Or are you good?
The events that I attended?
Yeah.
I thought I listed them.
Oh, did you?
She did.
Okay. I was, all right, I'm sorry.
You want to hear them again?
Nope, nope. Mr. Tremblay?
But I want to hear the history thing too, so I was thinking ahead on that, Mr. Mayor. No,
I
you're
got it here.
I'm just teasing you. Meetings attended January 13, Library Ad Hoc Committee meeting, January 14, MetroLink Executive Committee, and Contract Operations Maintenance and Safety Committee meetings. On January 18, the Library Strategic Plan Focus Group meeting with the mayor. And on January 20, the statewide CASA board meeting. A couple of things. First of all, we got copies of our annual CAFR, the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. And it always strikes me how hard our staff works in putting this together. It's an exemplary document. If I just moved to a city and I wanted to know what was going on in the city and how it was managed, this is the first thing I would read, including management's discussion and analysis. So I just wanted to compliment staff, compliment in particular our finance department staff. I think this also has a GFOA award attached to it as well, if I remember correctly. Anyway, I just thought it was really well done, and if there's anybody out there who's watching tonight, you might want to take a look on the city website. So really, really well done. I have to editorialize for a minute. I think it's fascinating. I'm really glad, Sean and Susan, that you had discussions with Governor Newsom's regional representative on how to improve communications with municipalities. In light of SB 9, it just kind of strikes me that, it's great that they're now asking now that the horse has left the barn, but I don't want to editorialize any further than that. Just thinking out loud. Two things from a utility standpoint, and this actually relate on Edison, and this relates, Susan, to the request. I had requested at the last meeting that we have Edison come back and report to us on what's going on with the Esteban circuit, maintenance shutoffs, et cetera. And the information that we got back subsequent to last meeting indicated that Mr. Gonzalez isn't able, he's preparing a written report to our council, and that's coming in a couple of weeks. But staff was going to check back with him as to a later date when he can come back before the council and have a discussion in greater detail on how Edison rates affect CPA rates. So I'm thinking from a timing standpoint that it would really be helpful and would inform my decision-making on the issue that we just talked about if we got Mr. Gonzalez here certainly sometime next month. At some time before, hopefully, at some time before we faced that issue, what to do relative to CPA rates. I'd certainly like to hear from Mr. Gonzalez. I think it'd be the fair thing to do. So anyway, if I can advocate that we do that. And the second is, I'm getting inquiries from constituents on, wow, my Edison bill is high. And that was part of the reason, that we wanted Mr. Gonzalez. I'm getting the same amount of observations on folks' gas bills without necessarily having a huge increase in gas therms. The bills are going way high. And so I would, and I'm informed that when residents call Southern California Gas, they get a variety of stories about why, a variety of explanations as to why the bills are so high. I would like to have a Southern California Gas representative appear in front of us and explain what's going on with SoCal Gas and what's going on with the bills. I don't know if I need consent from a second council member on that.
I'll give you a second.
So I'd really appreciate that. And that's it. Thanks.
All right, I will run down my list of meetings attended as quickly as I can. Thursday, January 13th, Library Ad Hoc Committee meeting, Mr. Tremblay. Thursday, January 13th, Airport Authority. I want to give you, with Ms. Santangelo, I want to give you all an update. We did select some new public members. So our new public member is Scott Breyer. He is a Camarillo resident, local attorney, hangar owner, a pilot, and he was the president of CAHOTA, which is the Camarillo Airport Hangar Owners Association. He just stepped down from that as soon as we, within the next day or so, he relinquished his role in CAHOTA to serve on the Airport Authority. The hangar owner lease, which has been a contentious item that's been hanging over that authority and the airport and everyone for a while, Keith Freitas reiterated that he's hopeful that that'll be brought back at the February's meeting. So I think the Hangars Association and the county are literally that close to resolving. It's literally, it all hangs on one small, actually a relatively small issue that they're ironing out. So hopefully we'll have that done. And then Airport Director Keith Freitas also reiterated pretty much everything he had said here before us as it pertains to the 1976 agreement and its restrictions, and that the county is standing down, that they're no longer pursuing any changes or modifications, that they are delaying the airport master planning study, and that they are pursuing the noise study and implementation of instruments to track both the planes and the decibel levels. So he doubled down and followed through and reiterated that before the airport authority that following evening. Friday, January 14th, I did a Educator of the Month, Rhonda Johnson at University Prep Charter School, which is right over here, not too far away from where we're standing right now. And she got to accept that award in front of all her students, so that was really cool. That was really special. Tuesday, January 18th, I attended a AWA Water Issues Committee meeting. We got a report from the Farm Bureau and got to meet the new CEO, Maureen McGuire. And we talked about the fourth conditional waiver for waste discharge requirements for agriculture. I'm going to get to the January 20th item, Charlotte, that you had asked about last meeting. Tuesday, January 18th, I also attended the Camarillo Library Strategic Plan Focus Group, and I also attended Ventura County EV Club meeting, which, by the way, they meet in Camarillo now. And I've been scheduling them at different restaurants throughout Camarillo. So we're taking a group of 20 people every month, and we're just kind of eating our way through Camarillo. So I'm trying to give some business to Camarillo restaurants. Thursday, January 20th was the AWA WaterWise. That's where we had a presentation from Eric Bolt. He's the warning coordination meteorologist with NOAA. And that's probably the one I think, Charlotte, you were referring to. He's been giving this presentation they couldn't gauge how long. It's
Right.
since before 2009. And the topic was drought buster during La Nina. And here I just took some bare bones notes to fill you in. So Ventura County got all less than 5 inches of rain throughout last year. 2021 was the sixth warmest on record globally. We did get above normal both rain and snow in December, and the snowpack is well above average, which is all good news. But January 2022, this month, we're already below average in precipitation, which is worrisome because it's usually January tends to be one of our wetter months, and we haven't really gotten much of anything. We're in a La Nina. Sea surface temp continues to be colder than normal. Remember, it's an El Nino is when you have the warmer water surface temp. He said the odds were good that we reach a normal water year for this year. So he doesn't think it's going to be much better. He's good. Maybe it's going to be average. That's what we're anticipating. But they're already seeing certain atmospheric signs that are not in our favor from a precipitation standpoint that are a little bit worrisome. So that's it. We're hoping for average at best. So Thursday, January 20th, I attended a Zero Emissions Blueprint Roundtable for the Port of Hueneme, not the City of Hueneme, but that's the port. They're undertaking this, they're collecting community input as to what a zero emissions port is. And I promised them I would make an announcement here that, so there are two consultants that are gathering community input, and they want input from everyone. Because the port it's big, its impact on our county is humongous, not just from an economic standpoint, but just from a impact environmentally too. All the trucks are on the road, all the things that are coming in, mainly coming in, not so much going out, but the port definitely has a significant impact on Ventura County. So they are soliciting input from everyone in Ventura County. So if anyone in there in TV land would like to submit input, I will share with the city clerk, and our community relations officer, Michelle Deanna, the contact info. So if anyone wants to get in touch with them, they certainly can. But the two main questions are, what does a zero emissions Port of Hueneme mean to you? And what needs to be included in this blueprint? Thursday, January 20th, I also attended an EDC board meeting and the annual meeting. We did amend the bylaws to acknowledge the fact that the EDC is expanding its scope to serving both Ventura County and Santa Barbara counties. Harold Edwards, he's from the Luminera company. He was appointed our chair. And they released their 2021 impact report, which I just have to rattle off a few stats because they are mighty impressive. They have 50, so the EDC here in Camarillo has 50 professional business advisors. They provide counseling to more than 2,000 businesses. The call center team received 51,000 calls, navigating businesses to resources for recovery, resilience, and innovation. Our EDC led the nation amongst all small business development centers, facilitating business capital infusion by more than $219 million. They launched new loan programs with the city of Oxnard and Ventura. Remember that they launched a loan program with the city of Camarillo just the year prior. So some other cities already saw the relationship we had with the EDC and what we were doing, and they decided to follow suit and do the same. They are just a mighty organization. They have grown by leaps and bounds. They are doing a lot of good. I think some Peter Drucker quotes were brought up, something about, an organization's culture will eat strategy for breakfast. It's just to say that the culture of the EDC is just terrific. So they all work really well with each other. So there's nothing but great things to say about them. Friday, January 21st, attended the Economic Development and Land Use Committee. Today, I had a AWA educational seminar, 2022 State Drinking Water Outlook, which is not much different than what we already know. And then today, with the Vice Mayor, I attended a meeting. He was a representative for the Governor's Office of External Affairs. And we laid out to the city's priorities, the city's concerns. But it was heard. We had a good exchange, and I'm hopeful that we can have some sort of facilitating relationship and communication. So the fact that they made the effort of reaching out to us, let her know that I appreciate that. So, and that we'll definitely leverage her and communicate to her our wants and desires and concerns. Lastly, I just want to reiterate, because I've had so many meetings on water, and it's obviously evident, even though we had what was effectively record rainfall and snow in the last almost month, the fire potential is still very real. We all saw Big Sur. We had vegetation right here in Camarillo, right next to the freeway. It looks green, but underneath it, there's a lot of fuel for a fire. So just because we had a lot of rainfall and things might look green, there's still lots of fuel for fire. So it's still a concern. So people need to be mindful of that. Don't throw your cigarettes on the ground and the like. And I do want to congratulate Dr. Richard Yao. Today, the CSU Board of Trustees appointed him as the 4th president of CSU Channel Islands. So this is good news. I reached out to him and congratulated him. We have a good relationship as him as interim, and so we'll be able to continue that relationship too. And so he already promised me that if he got appointed, that we would definitely be sitting down and making sure we continue facilitating between the university in the city. So with that, 6:19, we'll take 10 minutes. Everyone can go into their respective offices and take a break. And then at 6:30, we'll reconvene into closed session. And then we'll be back out here at 7 for our next part of our agenda. reconvene the meeting of the Camarillo City Council. We're going to get into public comments. I do want to read a quick statement. I want to reiterate, I'm going to be consistent on this point, that council chambers are open to the public. Public attendance requires compliance with the COVID-19 protocols, including properly wearing a facial covering while in the city facilities. This meeting is also broadcast on local government channels, Spectrum Channel 10, Frontier Channel 29, and live streamed on the city's YouTube channel. Facial covering must be worn while making public comments in council chambers. If a member of the public removes or lowers their face mask while in chambers, I will stop the meeting, remind everyone about the city's COVID-19 protocols. Public fails to comply with the protocols, I'll have to call a 10-minute recess. Following the recess, I'll reconvene the meeting, remind everyone about the protocols, and the meeting will continue when everyone within the chambers is in compliance. If a second recess is required, chamber will be cleared of members, and those who are not part of any kind of disruption will be readmitted to the meeting. With that, we're going to just take public comments. This is going to be an opportunity for anyone to make a comment to the city council on an item that's not on the agenda. So at this time, would anyone like to make a comment not on the agenda? I don't see anyone rushing forward, and I don't have any comment cards on that. So we're going to go to our first item, public hearing, item L, redistricting. And before we start, we have a Spanish interpreter for this item, and I'd like them to, I'm going to request that they come up and explain their services. And your microphone should be on.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Si alguna persona del público quiere escuchar la interpretación simultánea al español, pueden pasar a nuestra mesa en la parte de atrás y tomar un aparato para que lo escuchen. Gracias.
Thank you very much. All right, item L, redistricting.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight is the third public hearing of the City of Camarillo's redistricting process. I'll provide a brief overview of the progress and then turn it over to Mr. Ken Chalkins of National Demographic Corporation for a presentation of the draft maps. In 2019, the City Council adopted Map 130 and an ordinance transitioning from at-large elections to district elections. The 2010 census information on population and other demographic information was used to draw the boundaries and create these districts, ensuring that the districts are as substantially equal in population as possible. The first district election occurred in 2020 for Districts 3 and 4. So now with the district-based election process every 10 years to coincide with the new U.S. Census data, the city must undergo a redistricting process which ensures that all districts are as substantially equal in population as possible. And due to the delays presented by COVID-19 for the 2020 census data process, data is typically available every 10 years in March. So this data was not released until the preliminary data was not released until August 12th, 2021. And then on September 27th, 2021, the California statewide database released official redistricting data for the local governments. So the official 2020 population for the city of Camarillo at that time in October, we reported to be 70,850. And for the purposes of redistricting, that means each council district must have approximately 4,170 people. So the purpose of the first public hearing that was on October 13th was to educate the community on the redistricting process, to discuss the legalities of the process, and to receive community input on community interests. And if you recall, we spent some time talking about that. At the second public hearing, you were presented with a demographic analysis based on the 2020 census data and were informed on the tools available to the public. The city took input from the community and provided direction to the staff to provide additional information on at the website, and just to make sure that we continue to keep the public educated and informed about the process. Tonight is the third public hearing and the first opportunity to present to the City Council proposed maps submitted by the public, as well as proposed maps by the consultant. Once the maps are received by the city clerk's office, whether in digital or on paper form, the maps are provided to the consultant, and in turn, the consultant analyzes the map, provides the demographic information based on the boundary lines provided by the author. The next public hearing is scheduled on February 23rd, and new maps can be submitted from this time until we're requesting them to be presented or submitted to the city clerk's office by February 9th by 5:00 p.m. And it's important that the public remember that they be submitted directly to the city clerk. The email is provided on the website for submission in order to be considered received for the official record. This public communication slide basically, it's to demonstrate to the community and also to the council the efforts that have been taken by staff to provide the information. We've provided on several variety of information that's gone out on the city news email, city newsletter, social media, city website, government channel, and marquee sign. So we're using all available outlets to get the information out to the community. This is a snapshot of the redistricting page on the website. That's, as mentioned, a tool that we're using to provide updates so that we're updating it as often as we get new information. When we have the public hearings, we're putting information on the website. So we invite the public to visit the city's website. The website offers links to the city's online mapping tool, as well as provides a link to a paper form of the map. On the city's website, you will find access to the submitted maps and related demographic information. One can also find links of the maps received from the public, allowing you to zoom in and out of those maps to gain more detailed information. And also, National Demographic Corporation provided their interactive map. This allows the viewability of the submitted maps with features allowing for the zooming in, layering, and finding specific addresses quickly, among other things. But these were some of the key features that, as we were getting input, were important for the community to have. The layering feature allows one, for example, to view a proposed map layered over the current district outlines. So in the example that's shown on the PowerPoint, this map shows the existing district outline, and that's the dark red and the dash line. And then I picked NDC orange as the example for this map. So basically it's showing the submitted map from NDC and then the outline of the existing district. So that would help the viewability of the proposed map. And this is just a picture of it, but if you were online, you could zoom in by either using the toolbar there at the top left or zooming in by scrolling with your mouse. So there's different options of being able to scroll in and out. If you scroll in, you're going to see the visibility of the streets. And as you zoom in more, you'll be able to see more visibility. You might see the large arterials. You zoom in further, you're going to see some of the streets, the neighborhood streets. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Ken from NDC. He'll go over the legal criteria and also go over the proposed maps with you.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, staff, and public, thank you. Happy to be here. Carmen, could you just do me one quick favor and go back to slide 4? I just want to point something out. We do a lot of jurisdictions. Slide 4, number 4. I just want to note for the outreach, this is a lot. We do a lot of jurisdictions that don't do nearly this amount of stuff, and it doesn't mean you're going to get more participation. It's tough to get people out in the middle of this stuff. We're seeing it all over the state. If you move a stop sign, you can get 100 people out, but moving lines like this, but this is a lot of outreach, and so it's just a nod to the staff in the city that you're doing it a lot. You can always do more, but this is a lot. So now we can go back. My role here is to try and give you the guardrails and the law. I know it's been said before, you've heard it before, but for the people who are either watching or here tonight who haven't seen it, want to go through it and sort of give the rules of the road, as it were. On the left-hand side, you'll see the federal law. There's two main areas, even those 3 notes there. The first is equal population, and it's otherwise called one person, one vote. As populations shift, you need to make sure that each of the districts within a jurisdiction are representing approximately the same amount of people. You drew your maps in 19, but it was with 2010 data. So you're talking about 10 years of population shift, and if you've seen the stats, you have some imbalance. And so the federal law says you have to kind of find a way to rebalance that. It's relatively simple to sort of understand, but it's not as easy to do, but it's easy to understand. Secondly, the Federal Voting Rights Act says you are not allowed to dilute the potential for a protected class to gain elected representation. It's important to say it that way. You can't guarantee a seat, there's no number that's called out, there's no percentage that's called out, but you can't be seen diluting, like cracking through a population, or packing them into one instead of two. That's an important distinction. But the third one plays off of the second one. You also can't be seen gerrymandering, like going circuitously in a way to gather groups of people. We often understand gerrymandering in the political sense. We've heard it that way. Small little fact, it's named after a governor of Massachusetts named Gary, who approved a map that looked like a salamander. He later became vice president. But the point is, you can't circuitously go grab populations and create it, but you also can't dilute the population of a protected class. That's the federal law. Recently, the California Fair Maps Act, enacted a whole other set of restrictions or guidelines, and these are actually in order of priority. Now, they do play off of each other because you can't get them all perfectly, but they are in priority. The first is contiguity. It means what it says. The districts have to be touching. You can't have a district that is separated out into another district. Second, I heard you mention, and I know you've talked about communities of interest, neighborhoods most people could identify. Community of interest is more of a term of art. You can define it how you want. I would ask you to think, if a court were to challenge the map, what's the logic underneath the map that explains what community you were trying to protect? Was it a senior citizen community? Was it a socioeconomic status? Was it a protected class? There's all sorts of ways you can define it, but that's up for the body to decide how they want to build the map based on protecting communities of interest and not splitting them. Sometimes you have to split them to make sure there's contiguity and to meet with the federal law. Third, identifiable boundaries. Those can be person-made or natural. It can be a hillside, it can be a freeway, it can be a park, it can be a shopping center. But you have to call it out in your map that you adopt and said, we define that this area west of a shopping center is an area that we think needs to be protected based on an identifiable boundary. Communities of interest, and then up to contiguity, et cetera. And the last one is one of those things where, or the second to the last, the fourth, you'll know it when you see it. Compactness, there actually is an arcane way of calculating compactness that some academics can use. But in the end, you look at it and say, is this compact? Is it circuitous? Does it look like there's one district hopping over another to get to some place? You'll know it when you see it, so will a court. And so you need to kind of keep all of those in mind, and they literally are sort of in order. The last one, we just feel the need to mention political parties. You can't draw maps for that purpose. Finally, we add the third. It's traditional. It doesn't mean you have to do it, but after you've assumed all the others, if you're drawing a map that draws a line that moves a council person or a supervisor or somebody, elected person, out of a place where they were before unnecessarily, and you can adjust that and still connect with everything else, you're allowed to consider that. It's really important to understand you got to consider everything else. If you do that first, totally out of bounds, right? So you try and do that with sensitivity to everything else, and then if you can adjust to make sure that the voters who elected the mayor or the council members, if you're going to be moved and they don't get a chance to vote for you, you try and avoid that. It's not as critical as the others, but it's something that you can consider. Again, somebody asks you how you drew it, you want a logic set that says we did this, 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 and this, and then we did this. Court needs to see that that's rational and reasonable. I think that's it for that. Let me stop and see if there are any questions there on that.
Are there any specific questions any of us have?
Okay, next slide, please. So this is what you can see. You're clearly, that third row is the percent deviation. The target that you're after is 10%, and that 10% is between the highest and the lowest. So you can see in District 1, you're 18% over the target. The target is 14,000 voters, 14,170, right? So District 1 has quote-unquote too many people. That means either people moved in or things were built. And you can see the underpopulation in District 3, minus 9.99. You're at 28.06. We say you try and get as close to zero as you can. Anything under 10% is presumed to be constitutional. Closer it gets to 10, you start to need to understand that logic. How did you build this map, et cetera, et cetera. By the way, there's a whole long list beyond housing stats. I think you may have seen them. There's a whole bunch of stuff that the census collects. We take this snapshot because it's important. It brings out some important things. The one note I will talk about is the difference between total population. By the way, that's not citizens, it's all residents, young, old, et cetera. But that other row, which is total citizen voting age population, that playing off of the total population is important. If you have a district that happens to have a lot of children in it, the total population is going to be high. But if you're trying to ensure that you're not diluting the political potential for a protected class, you got to start looking at the citizen voting age. So you really have to watch the interplay both from the protected class as well as your communities of interest to make sure that those are balancing. The reason that the red is highlighted is because you're fundamentally, the federal law has to be fixed first. But all these statistics will be attendant to each of the maps that we look at, and we start with the federal law and then we go down with the others. We're going to talk about 103 in just a moment. You can see 101, and I'm going to talk about it in a second. 101 is off by 0.02 from a population perspective, from a deviation. The others, 102, NDC orange and NDC green, are balanced, population balance. We had a glitch, and let me just talk about it here. The link that was submitted to the city, and that was then given to us for 103, showed a map, went to a map that actually, and the author is here, if he wants to talk about it. It went to a map that was actually a draft map. It was a work in progress. It hit submit, it came to us, we processed it, and you'll see, you can see it's 26.64 out of balance. So we're not going to consider that tonight at the urging of the author. He has subsequently shown us the map that he wants to submit. You can't consider it today because it wasn't posted in time for the Brown Act, et cetera, et cetera. But I wanted to call that out, and we'll see it. You'll see the problem with it in a moment. But I wanted to call it out now. You could obviously do whatever you would like to do with it. But again, the author is here to talk to his new map that we can then consider on February 23rd if we get it posted properly. So, Public Map 101, you can see the highlight on the right there, 10.02. I often present the maps that are outside of the boundaries, that are not too outside, and here's the reason. If you like this concept, if you look at this map and you say, man, that is a really good map, and you tell us, bring it into population balance, we can take this concept, go back, and start to carve and shave and find a population that moves it south of 10.02. So this one obviously is very, very close. You can see where the above is in districts 3 and 4, 1, 3, and 4, and then the below are the other ones. So you can see the dotted line is your current maps. So for example, you can see where District 2 moves down into District 3 and captures population there. You'll see the last slide shows you all, well, we're going to have 5, but well, 4 together. You can see there's significant differences and things move around. But right now, again, the population is out of balance here, so we would not encourage you to submit this map. But if you like this map, you could say go find the population and balance it. The next map, 102, well within the 10%, so it's 8.24. If you go back and forth, again, you can see the numbers are different, and you can see where they're pushing in different places. The other thing to consider, you know your district. You could have a very, very big district, but there's no population there. So there are clumps, you ought to try this with counties. Rural counties are mind-boggling because they've got this enormous span, and they got a city over here and a city over here and a city over there, and you got to go grab into the city to make a population-balanced map. It's really, really tough. This is hard enough, but the bigger ones with large land masses are hard. So this one in particular, you can see pushes a little bit differently than the one before it. Now, I do want to call something, and I think the next one is orange. Is that right, Carmen? Okay. So before you go there, you can see the districts here for whatever reason. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, correct? We had some glitch. You can go to the next one. In District Orange, this is the map we drew. You can see it's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The numbers underneath it are correct. So I would just, and I apologize, it's no excuse, for whatever reason, when we processed it through, that District 5 should read District 1. Okay? So the numbers underneath are District 1, but the number on top is wrong. Make sense? So 3 is obviously the same, right? That helps, right?
Reiterate for us.
Not understanding that
So
either.
you see where it says district on the left? And it says 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank
Right.
you, thank you.
Yeah.
That should read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, on the chart.
Yes, I'm sorry.
When you said
Oh,
above, I'm
oh,
looking at the map, and I'm thinking those are right.
Council member, I apologize. So,
I
no,
see.
on the chart, the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But again, that number underneath District 5, all those are for District 1. For whatever reason, and again, no excuse. But the map is the map. You still are at you're even closer to 0, 7.08. Total deviation. And again, you can look at the various protected classes, you can look at the total population, and you can see that there's usually, this is normal, a dip in citizen voting age because you've got children in all districts, right? So you want to see, that's an important thing to look at when you're considering the federal law. You don't want to dilute protected class potential. Okay?
So that's the same on both of your maps?
No, oddly enough.
Well,
No, I know, oddly
Okay.
enough. So this one needs to be reversed. Oddly enough, in the next map, the green, sorry, this is correct.
Yep.
they're green maps.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, this is confusing. So with respect to.
apologize.
No, that's okay. With respect to the green map and the demographic summary,
Yes.
okay, the chart.
Yes.
For the green map, the 54321 at the very top
Yep.
is actually supposed to be relabeled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
No, on the orange, that's true. On the green, it's not. And I do not know why, and I'm going to talk to Kristen and we'll figure it out. That map, that right there is correct. It's just the number, it's just in reverse, right? On the orange map, literally the 54321, you should flip that around, not the numbers underneath it.
But not on the green map.
Correct.
Leave the green map numbers alone.
Correct. Correct. That's a way of saying it. Leave the green map numbers alone. In this one, you simply just move 54321 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Thank you.
And we will get you a new set as soon as you can. And I should reiterate, too, what was mentioned earlier. The interactive map is an incredibly easy tool, and it is really, really helpful for people in your situation. You want to go down to Main Street, all the way down and see where literally alleys are, and it's really effective to see where the lines are drawn. So those are the maps. You can see the differences. You can see the variability. On the last slide here, you can see them all together. I would, again, ask you to discount 103, but you can see the differences where you're pushing. Your city is actually a horizontal city. There are some cities that they're a block and you cut left, horizontal and vertical. In this case, a lot of your districts, it is horizontal, right? The population centers in districts 2 and 3, in the middle of the city, that's where you're going to get certain populations because that's where people live. And so as we design and we take feedback from you, We look at stuff, and then we try and move without abridging any kind of community of interest that we know about, and we try and sort of stay within your interests, but then we've got to get that population balanced. That's the most critical component. And it's unfortunate, again, you just went through this, but it was with 10-year-old data. So you have to go through it again. That's federal law. I'll stop there and answer any questions. And again, not an excuse at all. I apologize for the mix-ups there, but that's what we got.
So do we have any questions? I don't want to get into discussion yet because I want to make sure we take public comment before we get into an active discussion, but anyone have questions? Kevin, question?
Question. So, and I want to get into discussion, I just want to make sure that this is correct or not. If you take like Public Map 101,
Yes, sir.
and if the district numbers are off and the population is out of bounds, so does that mean we do not consider that, or can you still consider that with changes?
You can consider it with changes. So that's a very good example, and this is almost perfect because it's so close. If you said, we like this map, get it into population balance, it would not be hard to do because you don't have much to move to get 02, right? We would take that, and what we would probably create is 101B, and we would bring that back to your next council meeting and say, we heard you, we adjusted, and here's this map adjusted.
Okay.
That's what we would do. I would call out, it sometimes looks easy. Well, why don't we just take the stuff that's over and move it to the stuff that's under? There's something that we have, it's called the ripple effect. It's like a Rubik's Cube. You know, you move this and it moves that, and before you're done, you're back at the original district. So it really is more complicated than just moving numbers. But the answer to your question is, if you told us you like this map, please just adjust it, then we would do it.
Okay, so again, I just want to make sure that I'm somewhat clear on this. So let's just say we like a map, so we wouldn't necessarily tell you how to move it around to make it in compliance. We would just give you direction that, generally speaking, we like this map, and you would take those comments and come back at the next meeting saying, okay, here is the new revised map of whatever number that is.
Councilman Kildee, you could do either. Okay. You could tell us in general, fix it, or you could say, look, you know, which one is, let me see what's over. District 1 is over, right? Mm-hmm. And District 5 is under. You could say, please add to 5 and don't worry about 1. You could be as specific as you want. It doesn't have to be here. As long as you do it in time for us to then get it, produce it, and put it on, get it posted before when you're supposed to post it for a council meeting. So you could send an email, you could go to the interactive map, zoom in, look at it and say, well, that doesn't make sense, move it over to Main Street, send that through the city, and we would adjust that and create map 101B. You could be as specific as you want, or just tell us to fix that map.
I guess you just don't want us up here totally having a live discussion about things that might make the map more out of balance than what it already is, if you know what my direction is.
Absolutely.
Okay.
There's a tendency for councils or electeds to want to get in the public space into map making. I've seen it. It's not a pretty sight. It's tough. What you really want to do is listen to the public, get your sense of larger communities of interest, and then if you have a specific thing later, you can send it through the council to say, let's adjust this. You got to be careful, I think, you know, with Brown Act, you can't talk amongst each other, but you could submit something and say, just please move District 2. You can get as specific as you want on a specific map. But you don't, I would advise, you wouldn't want to do that here.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your comments.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
Well, I have a question, and maybe it isn't for you. I don't know. Maybe it's for Dave's mapping. But it's, the numbers change on different maps. It seems to me that if I were in any of these districts and there were changes made to the district, by and large, that district should keep the same number.
That's true.
And yet, that's not happening as the maps are made. So my question is, no matter which, let's say we chose public map number 102, and I don't know anything about it. I mean, you know.
I realize I can do that, Carmen, from here.
And
Sorry.
and so,
Yep.
in the very end, the numbers would be adjusted, so number 1 would not be on the south and number 2 would not be on the north. Because currently, our district number 1 is the northernmost.
Yeah. You, in the end, and it is a function of Dave's, this stuff is not an exact science, but in the end, you would be able to say what number. I really respect what you're saying, because if I'm a voter, and I know I voted in District 2, and it's only been a couple of years for you, but you want voters to say, I'm in District 2, where's my district, right? In the end, they're going to get the county clerk is going to send them something that they only have a chance to vote for that specific space, right?
Right.
But you're correct. We would take the map you wanted, adjusted,
Okay,
that you adopted, and we could put the numbers where you want them.
okay, that was my question.
It's a good question. It's come up before, and at this point, we've talked to Dave's, but we're literally in the middle of,
No, that's okay.
we're riding the bike at this point as opposed to making it, but that's a good question.
All right, any other questions before all right, I'm going to solicit public comment. Thank you.
I'm going to leave this here.
It should be fine. All right. I'm going to take these in the order they were given to me. Mike Mishler, you are up, and Jeff Walker, you are on deck. Quick rules. I know, Mike, I know you and your mic is on. I know you know the rules, but you get 3 minutes. I got 3 minutes. I'll watch yours. You watch mine.
Did everybody get my handout? I had a handout.
The clerk just this one? Yeah, we just got it right now.
So again, I want to apologize.
And can you talk into the mic?
Did that
Or,
work?
yeah, the mic.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, there you
But you got to stay looking at it. You can't turn around and look at the audience.
I'm sorry. I just want to say that the map, I submitted a link on Monday, but it was a link to an earlier version. It got screwed up somehow, cross-referenced. The map you have here, 103, replaces the map there. The city clerk was telling me that I guess this will be map 103B. So hopefully in the next couple of days, they'll get that processed and placed out there. And the map you see on the handout will be 103B. That was the map that was supposed to be submitted. If you look down on this bottom, you see the deviation is 6.7. It has no problems. You will also see that the numbers of the districts match up to the corresponding districts as they are now. So this is the map in front I was supposed to be submitting. I just want to point out that all 3 public maps, 101, 102, and my 103B, all do keep Old Town together on both sides of the freeway. That was, I think, all 3 submitters are trying to do that. That was one of my major objectives here. I think the old map was cutting up the Old Town. That's also the same problem I have with the 2 maps the consultant had submitted. They're cutting up Old Town. They're doing it the same way again. They're dividing up Old Town into 2 districts instead of keeping it together. And when you do that, then you can look at this and you can see where, for example, Leisure Village has to be shifted from 4 into 5 because of the population number. So there's a little bit of shifting around. But basically, I tried to keep as much as possible the previous boundaries. So when you look at a little bump there, 3 purple going up into 2, that was left over from the previous map. Obviously, that can be fixed or something if someone wanted to. But every council member has their own district, just as they did before, the same exact numbers on this map. So I was trying to keep everybody in their own district and just do as minor changes as possible. Okay? Oh, 1 minute. So that's all I want to say on that. And if you have any questions or something, I know you can't adopt the map, but hopefully this will be out there in the next couple of days and you can see the stats and stuff on it. And later you can ask questions, I guess. Or you want to ask questions now or what? Want to wait?
I'll go through all the comments, and then those of you who are here who presented a map, if any of us have a question for you and we want to drill down on something, we can. Thank you, Mike. Jeff Walker, you are up, and Beverly Vandermeulen, you are on deck.
Thank you, Mayor Molshay. I'm Jeff Walker with the Camarillo Old Town Association, submitted map 102. We started the project by looking at, similar to what the gentleman before me did, with looking at community interest around Old Town, because we feel the current map really kind of separates us, puts Old Town up into the same district as Pitts Ranch. And I don't think you can come with two different neighborhoods where you've got great parks and wide streets and great pedestrian access versus our old town, which I think is challenged in those areas. So what we look for is really what we think are areas of our community that bear the environmental burden of our strong economy. And it starts with the air and noise pollution that you're going to get on anybody on that the path into the airport, as well as anybody bordering the 101. Our issue, kind of anybody lives near the 101, is everybody in the rest of the city is coming through our neighborhood to get through the 101. And of course, that's necessary. We need a strong economy. We want to do it. But we bear that burden. We walk out our front doors. We get the traffic going through the 101. That's why we drew our district all the way down the 101, both sides. Everybody's going to feel that impact. The 101, the airport, the train station. We wanted to go both sides of the train station because that's going to be important development connecting Old Town to the rest of the city is getting the train station on both sides accessible. The Old Town Association looked at this council and saw you guys battle to keep us in the same district in the county. And we want to do the same thing. We don't want to split up. In terms of just, we kind of threw out the districting because it's based on 10-year-old data. And then now here we are 10 years later, and it's 30% out of whack. So for us, it's like, well, let's kind of start with a good set of data and build a map that we know 10 years from now might stay in line and reflect how our community is going to grow. And use hard boundaries. We use the Ponderosa line. I mean, there's a literal moat. That's a drainage ditch. There's a moat that longs around Ponderosa, separating, south of Camarillo from the north. And I think that's really a distinctive line in terms of how our city is structured. So it's not to say that the council doesn't care about people in downtown Camarillo. It's a perspective. And I think when you live in a neighborhood, you see things different than somebody else that's just visiting the neighborhood or driving through it. And I think that's the importance of this process, is to get more perspective from people that are living in those areas. And there are some communities' interests of low income and people that are suffering in high environmental areas with the state evaluation that we put into the background that we submitted. So,
All right.
thank you, Shane.
Thank you, Jeff. Beverly, you are up, and then I do not have any more cards after Beverly. So if anyone else in the chambers wants to speak, you can just come on up after.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I just wanted to come up and say a little bit about maybe giving some consideration. One of my concerns, a couple of the maps that put Leisure Village, Camarillo Springs, and Village at the Park all in the same council members' area of responsibility. Seems to me the three areas have so much different types of needs and such large areas. It would be a lot for one council member to consider all the needs for all three of those in one area. So in a couple maps, I think there's only two that have all of those in one area. And I did see some also concerns about splitting up Springville on a couple of the maps for east and west. Even though the west side is not built yet, it will be built. And to put the west side of Springville up into all the north areas and Spanish Hills and stuff is not putting them in anything that's like what they are. And a couple of the maps are splitting Village at the Park, which to me is an area of interest on that. I know for me I have a favorite map, but I want to tweak it a couple, so I'm going to try this weekend to see if I can put a couple tweaks in it. I'd love to be able to put the Pitts Ranch area with a little strip of green next to Lewis Road, put all of that area that is surrounded by that, surrounds the park that's there together, and see what that does to some of the distances and stuff. But my main concern was just that, like I say, Leisure Village, Camarillo Springs, and Village at the Park all in one area would be a lot for one council member to do. So that's basically all I wanted to say tonight.
All
Can I
right.
clarify?
Sure.
So, excuse
Oh,
me.
hey, Beverly. Sorry. Mrs. Craven had a question.
So the two maps you're talking about are 101 and 103B?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
yes. Any other questions?
This other one.
Okay.
Now,
103B is the one he just handed us.
103B is, it's not under consideration tonight, but it's the one that Mr. Mishler gave us as a handout.
Correct.
All
But
right,
it was still, I mean, I was looking at the regular 103 when I was looking at them, but they're.
Okay.
They're still
Ah,
the same shading.
Okay. All right, thank you, Beverly. Any other public comment before we move on to discussion? Seeing none, and I am out of cards, we'll move on to council discussion. Does anyone want to lead off?
do we continue the public hearing, or what do we do?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Do we continue it or close it, or how does this one work?
I believe we renoticed the hearing for the 4th meeting. I'm seeing the Carrie's nodding, so I think I might have guessed that one right. So we wouldn't be continuing, we'd be closing this public hearing, and then we will renotice the next
Okay.
public hearing.
Okay, so we'll close the public hearing. And then we'll move to discussion. Thank you, Charlotte. Susan, you want to lead up? Okay.
I'll dive in. So before I go through the maps, I wanted to share some of the things that were important to me, or not that, I mean, I'm still following the federal and the California law, but once those requirements are met, what features and what things stood out to me as important. And one of those things was that, well, the first thing was that I wanted to minimize changes as much as possible. And I'm concerned about people who felt that they had their vote taken away from them by going into districts and found that instead of voting every 2 years, they only get to vote every 4 years. And I'm concerned that the people who didn't get to vote in 2020 might get moved to a different district that then forces them or doesn't allow them to vote again. And I'm very concerned about that perception, because for that person who doesn't get to vote for a council member for 4 years, it can feel sort of like a disenfranchisement. So I'm mindful of that. I'm also mindful of the communities of interest, and trying to keep those significant communities of interest ideally in the same district. Beverly, I agree with you. I think having those 3 communities of interest in one district may be a little overwhelming, or may have some competing needs within the same district. So the other thing that I am looking at is I'm looking at the CVAP, the citizen voting age population, and I'm looking to make sure that we have a district that gets us to a percentage of Hispanic voters that is significant. The whole idea behind redistricting is to hopefully find a district where, well, ideally, you'd like to have a majority-minority district. We can't do that here in Camarillo. It's mathematically impossible, but that doesn't mean that we can't try to find a district that has a higher percentage of Hispanics. And without gerrymandering, I'm not saying that we're drawing lines based on that. But, so those are the things that I'm looking for in addition to meeting all the other requirements. I won't even, I'm not even going to comment on 103. No offense, I know it's coming back with changes. 101, I'm a little bit concerned that it moves Leisure Village to a different district. I'm also concerned that we have 2 districts that are at 30% CVAP, I'd like to see it a little higher. It's possible to get it higher, so. I also want people to know that I really appreciate how much the Old Town Association put into their map. And not only the map, but explaining the thought process, thinking about the environmental concerns, the economic concerns. It was just really well thought out, and it helped me understand where they were coming from. One of the things that I'm not quite sure on, and maybe we can all kind of comment on this, is what exactly is Old Town? Is it just Ventura Boulevard? Is it both sides of the freeway? How far east and west or north-south does it extend? I think we might all have different ideas of what we think Old Town is. I tend to think of, that economic kind of hub where it's most visited and crowded. But I think we might have some different ideas to how we define that neighborhood. So it might be helpful for us to hear from the business owners there in that community, what they define it as. It might help me at least understand what they're trying to keep contiguous. That being said, back to let's see. So I commented on the 101, 102. It's a lot of change, but I like the map. It keeps that very large idea of Old Town together. It keeps Leisure Village in the same district. And then the orange and the green maps, I actually like them both. I'm sorry. One more thing on 102. There is one district that gets up to 33% Hispanic, which I like. So I'll start with green. I like that Leisure Village is in the same. I like that there's minimal change. One district gets up to 31% Hispanic. And then orange map, again, minimal change, Leisure Village in the same, and one district up to 34%. So, in summary, I like the green. I guess I'm just throwing out kind of my comments, and then we can kind of revisit which ones we want to move forward. So that's how I'm feeling about them. I think there's actually something good in all of these maps, which certainly doesn't help me trying to pick one. But those are my thoughts right now.
Thank you, Susan. Charlotte?
Yeah, first let me answer Susan's question. We do have a city definition of Old Town, and I don't know that it's what Jeff was talking about in his comments, but we have a redevelopment district, and it was called Old Town. There are signs at each end saying Old Town. There are signs with arrows all over saying Old Town this way and that way, and it's the strip of Ventura Boulevard and south of it. And so if we're going to talk about Old Town and in the city, we really need to talk about that. If we're expanding it north of the freeway, then we probably need to use some other term.
There might be some validity to doing that. I just want to make sure we're calling these geographic
I'm not
areas.
expressing an answer. I'm just saying we do have on a map, and we spend millions of dollars on that street, and it's called Old Town. So, okay. My initial thoughts were if you look at the current map, my district, number 1, is the largest by population. It's really the most awkward district. It goes from Lewis Road all the way to the western city limits and then on down. So it follows Las Posas Road being on the north and the west. So what I've been terming it as I look at possibilities is my district is the giving district. It doesn't matter how we reconfigure it, there's going to be population taken from my district. And so my thoughts initially were, and they still are, that whole area from Lewis Road over to Central and past is not a community of interest. So I think that as we consolidate and take away, we need to look at that and think of that. I like the maps, and there are several of them, speaking in terms of my area, and I talk about my area, I should say District 1, that have other districts moving up in there, and I think that the districts south of Las Posas align more closely with the ones that are directly north of them. So my preference is not, say, Public Map 101 that still keeps this going from Lewis Road all the way over to the mobile home park on past Central. I think that is just, it's not a well-defined area as the southern area is that takes in some of north of the freeway, is what I'm trying to say. So those are the things that I was looking at as we've gone along. I think that if I were not going to like one, I would not like 101, period, because it moves Leisure Village into a different district that already has a whole lot going for it. And it also keeps pretty much the it keeps the district, on this map it's called number 4, but we've always called it number 1. It keeps it going from Lewis Road all the way over. So if I were going to toss a map personally, I would toss number 101. And those are the reasons. The other maps, I think, maybe need some tweaking, but they're starting to get there. I also do not like the part about 103B, as Mr. Mishler called it, where it moves number 4 up, or district number 5 up into, or moves Leisure Village into district number 5. I think there's a better way to do that. So anyway, those are my thoughts.
Mr. Kildee or Tremblay, either you want to opine?
You want me to go first, or you?
You're ready to go.
Okay. Well, I don't know if I'm ready to go, but I'll go. How's that? I think it's important to also remember that in the next 10 years, there's a good possibility there won't be a whole lot of growth in Camarillo. I mean, we're getting really close to build out. There is a few parcels left, less than, of course, something gets annexed, and as we all know, that's a real challenge. But that could happen. I mean, we're talking probably 10 years before we have to go through this again. So I think that's important. If we want me to go, well, first of all, I think what Bev had said, I tend to agree with what Bev had said. I think Cam Springs and Leisure Village and Village at the Park are pretty large, base there. And I think that might be a consideration for all of us as to whether or not we want to lump them into one district. I think that's a good point. I do think we want to make sure that we want to make all the districts as contiguous as possible to one another. I agree with that. I agree to try to make them, population as close as we can. I agree with that. And I also agree that those that didn't have an opportunity to vote last year, I think we ought to take that into consideration when we deliberate these, as much as we can. And we may not be able to do it totally, but as much as we can here. I think that's an important consideration. Now, having said that, as far as map 101 goes, I think it does move Leisure Village. You know, the districts are off as we know. If we really like the general layout of this, of course, we can amend this, but it's really not my favorite as far as that goes. Now, public map number 2 is interesting, but it does move some folks out that didn't have an opportunity to vote last year. But it looks to me that it keeps, I believe it keeps Leisure Village whole. I believe it does. And I believe it keeps Village at the Park, I believe, whole as well. And my understanding, too, is that it does keep most, if not all, of Old Town whole. Now, it does jump over the railroad tracks to take that. As a matter of fact, my understanding, and Charlotte, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that was the first development in Camarillo. They were actually right by the old 3M building there. I think that was the first one. So that does move that into the Old Town here. So that one's in balance. It's a little bit jagged. I think it does need some work, and it does move some folks off the opportunity to vote on the next election. We'll move on. As far as the NDC orange and the green, those are pretty similar. I think that kind of follows a lot of what we have now with some, it does jump over, the orange does jump over Las Posas. I think one of the questions is do we want to still use, to a certain extent, Las Posas as a main thoroughfare in doing this? And we used the railroad tracks or Lewis Road, is that we tried to design maps that kept certain areas of interest together as much as we can. And the NDC, the green map looks like it's pretty close to trying to do that as well. It does jump a little bit over Las Posas, but that's not much. And to me, right now, that seems to be a very strong contender. So, and again, this is really a challenge to do. This is, sorry, I guess it made you a little excited on that. This is a real challenge to do this, and it's not easy. So I know not everybody's going to be, pleased with what we do here, but, to me, I'm going to try to make it as palatable as possible here. And when we give direction that they could come back and, these are not the final maps. We're just discussing it as we see it right now and trying to get a dialogue and try to get as much of a schematic as possible what we could do tonight. So those are my thoughts right now.
Mr. Tremblay?
Thank you. Could we put the slide back up that had the federal, state, and traditional criteria? I'm going to talk about that in a minute. First of all, I want to say to the folks who have submitted maps, thank you. Sincerely, thank you. It takes a lot of time to do this, and so I'm very appreciative of your efforts, and I'm appreciative of staff's efforts and our consultants' efforts to get these maps interactive, and on this, because I know it's been a process. So, as I understood, Ken from NDC, you obviously first look at federal law and California law and make sure that those are satisfied. And then you can also look at, provided that's the case, then you can look at traditional criteria. And a number of things that my colleagues have said, I really agree with. I won't dwell on them. I think, Ms. Santangelo, much of what you said I agree with in terms of, I'm going to paraphrase and I'm not, but the minimization issue, and also the what both you and Kevin spoke to, with regard to a possibility of people not being able to vote again, in terms of the identification with districts. So those are important, and they really go under the traditional criteria, don't they? And I also look quite a bit at the CVAP and aside from the population deviation, also the Hispanic percentage of population. Because you're quite right, Susan, we don't have the ability to do that one district, but we do have the ability to advance, I don't know quite what the word is, but try to expand that opportunity. So I'm really cognizant of that as well. So when I look at these, I go through that with those lens, and so now I'm at the point where I want to critique some of these. I'm not in favor of Public Map 101 for the reasons that I think other council members have articulated. I also think, looking at it from, can I go back to the slide with the criteria? Sorry. I'm really focused, once you comply with federal law, and you do a good job there, I'm really focused on California law, and I'm really interested in the second criteria, which is minimize division of neighborhoods and quote-unquote communities of interest, and that, I think Ken mentioned, is an art form, and I fully agree with that. But you also want to, and as our staff report says, easily identifiable boundaries that follow natural or artificial barriers. And I realize, so that's an important third criteria. So one of the reasons I don't like Public Map 101 is that I don't think that first of all, it doesn't follow the identifiable barrier of Cayugas Creek. And I'm concerned about, as I see it, and I'm concerned about that. And obviously, my focus here is sort of Mission Oaks centric, and I will, and we all bring to this, the areas that we are currently working in and living in, but it doesn't follow that, and I also think that I have some difficulty with some of the communities of interest in that map. But more to the point, I think I have the same critique that others have had with respect to 101. So I would not favor moving forward with that. With regard to 102, which is OTA's map, Mr. Walker's map, same critique that others have mentioned about 102, and I won't belabor them. I'm concerned with respect to 102 that I don't think some of I think some of the community of interest of Mission Oaks is not respected as much as I would like to see in 102. It doesn't follow the identifiable barrier of Cayugas Creek. And there are other issues that, and I won't belabor it. I guess I'm willing to keep 102 on the board, but I will confess to you that I'm not inclined to support 102. I am inclined, well, let me take Mike Mishler's map, Mike's map, which I guess we can talk about in the context of 103B, even though it wasn't publicly noticed. But one of the concerns I have with that relative to communities of interest is I'm having a tough time understanding why the area immediately north of Las Posas and west of Lewis and east of, I don't quite know what that street is, I guess sort of the east of Ponderosa, I guess.
Temple.
Yeah, well, it's a go all the way to Temple. I guess it goes all the way to Temple. Yeah, I was trying to look at the new
It
map.
goes almost all the way to
Yeah.
Temple.
I don't really see that as having any discernible community of interest, per se. It's just sort of there on its own, and I don't think it has any real relationship to the rest of the district to its east. So I'm having a tough time with 103, or 103B, and I know it's going to come back to us, though. I do favor both I do favor both the orange map and the green map. I am obviously cognizant of, and I certainly recognize the comments made relative to having three large distinct communities in the same district and also putting Leisure Village in a different district, which I would have concerns about, putting Leisure Village in a separate district. So I am more inclined to be supportive of the NDC green map, the NDC orange map, which I like a little better even. Finally, so I'm willing to say we should continue to keep on the drawing board the NDC orange map, the NDC green map. If I'm pushed, I would say reluctantly keep on board the 102. I can't say, I would say don't go forward with 101, no longer consider that. The 103B, I can't do anything with that yet because it's not officially in front of us tonight. The one other thing, you all articulated things in a very great way, so again, I don't want to go back through all your comments. A lot of what each of you said I agree with. But just generally speaking, what you have to do, in my view, is you follow the law, you follow the criteria, and yes, you can now go back to that other PowerPoint slide, sorry. You follow that law, you follow the criteria, but you also have to balance the interests in the way that you believe is the best thing for the city. And the hard thing is you can't focus on one thing to the exclusion of another. So you always have to keep this all in balance and what the impacts on one side will do to the other. So anyway, those are my thoughts. I would support moving forward with NDC orange, NDC green, and to keep it in the mix, Public 102, although I'm not inclined to be supportive of it. And I would not go forward with 101. And 103B will look at when we get to the next hearing. Thanks.
All right. One of the benefits of being mayor, right, I get to talk last. I agree with a lot of what my colleagues up here said. I want to critique each of these. And I really appreciate, I played around with the tool for a while. And obviously I'm not going to submit a map to myself. That wouldn't be appropriate. But I played around with the tool when I was playing, trying to balance it out too. It takes a considerable amount of time and effort and dedication to do this, and I really do appreciate everyone who submitted a map. So I genuinely appreciate it. We'll start with 101. So some of the things I'm looking for, I'm going to end up reiterating a lot of what each of you said as well, but that way you know where I stand on some of these issues. Putting Leisure Village along with Village of the Park, along with Camarillo Springs, there is a lot of push and pull between each of those districts. They have different makeups, they have different interests. I would tend to agree that it's a lot for one district. And to that end, I feel like there's so many competing interests amongst those three distinct communities of interest within that district. I don't like the splitting up of Village of the Park. That is a planned community neighborhood. So the fact that we divide that right down the middle, I'm referencing 101 right now, that doesn't make sense to me. Charlotte, is something you had said, using Las Posas, because we talked at length about this during the county's districting and how they sliced and diced Camarillo. And we talked at length on how Las Posas Road shouldn't be used as a dividing line, that people south of Las Posas have a lot of interest, similar interests with those who are north of Las Posas. So obviously I'm going to walk what I talk and say that I'm in favor of a map that does a lot more of combining neighborhoods that are both south and north of Las Posas Road. I've heard a lot about 101. I personally don't particularly like 101. And then from the Hispanic population standpoint, I do want to be mindful that we don't dilute what we already have. 101 is the one that dilutes that the most, where it divides it up between two different districts, but it weakens it. It overall weakens the voting age population of that particular group. So I'm not particularly in favor of that. I'm more in favor of maps that work to preserve or enhance what we already have in terms of those demographics and the numbers in our map. Map 102, I like a lot of what's going in on map 102, and I do appreciate Jeff and Old Town. You guys gave a lot of insight as to the thinking behind your map. That was really, I was able to read it and follow along and to make complete sense of where you guys were coming from in how you split things up. I tend to agree with a lot of what your theory for how you approached it. Let me try to tell you what I like or don't like about it. I like the fact that it jumps Las Posas in the District 3. I like and I do agree that we need to try to keep, say, Old Town more whole. I would tend to agree that if you're talking about Old Town and you're trying to talk about communities of interest, that you can jump the railroad tracks the way you have in your map to include like that Pettit neighborhood. And I know there's some newer developments that are going south on Lewis towards the southern end of the city. But I think one of the oldest neighborhoods in Camarillo is Pettit, and the house is right around there. And those clump really well with, the rest of the other parts of the oldest parts in town, which are just west of that, amongst Old Town. My only question, I like the fact that the Hispanic population is remained high, not only the voting age, but also the general population, which means, and I had looked at those two things because we don't exactly know how old that voting population is. So if the general population correlates pretty closely to the voting age population, as that, say, voting age population gets older over the next 10 or more years, they may be leaving. That younger population will come up into voting age population. And so to me, that tells me that it's more likely to be preserved as time progresses. There was one thing that struck with me, and this is an argument I was having within myself, and that is, to the extent in which you change the lines and you change the districts, there are certain people who get effectively left out. They don't get to vote, and this is something that my colleagues brought up. It is a concern of mine. Something that you had said, you made reference to, is we're not just trying to pick a map. I tend to agree that we had to move pretty fast on the map that we have right now, that we did it in 2019. And we had to base everything off of 2010 data, even though the city, to a large degree, was very much different than what the 2010 data, census data, gave us. But we had to base everything off of that by law. So I'm weighing to what extent, I'll use the word disenfranchised, to an extent there are certain voters that are disenfranchised. On another extent, where we'd be looking at adapting a map that we think can take us not just the next 10 years, but beyond that with very little changes. Considering how the city will continue to grow and develop. Most of it's going to be infill, redevelopment, mixed use and stuff like that. That's very likely how we'll continue to approach growth in this city, as opposed to large, sprawling housing tracts, in the way we have in the past. So I look at map 102 and I think this is something, 10 years from now when we have to go redistrict, it has potential staying power. I like that. The orange map and the green map from NDC. I personally like green a little bit more than I like orange. I only say that because of, one, the Las Posas divide. Two, I've never been comfortable with this. On the orange map, District 3, and I feel like it only makes worse. Something I've never really liked about the map we currently have is that you have this district that kind of just, I was going to use the word salamander, but it looks like I don't know what it looks like, but
The belly of the iguana.
belly of the iguana. Okay, we'll go with that. But it takes Old Town and then just follows the railroad tracks all the way down. I don't know, for some reason, it doesn't sit well with me. I don't feel it's as compact. It's very narrow, and it goes from one end, furthest north point of the city, all the way to the furthest southern point of the city. And I personally I'm not particularly fond of that. The one thing I do like is that it does enhance the Hispanic voting age population. The general population, Hispanic population is a lot lower at 30%. I'm not particularly fond of the green map. Or I'm sorry, I'm more fond of the green map, although I have concerns when it comes to the dilution of the Hispanic population. The voting age is at 31%, and then the general pop is 28%. Am I doing that right? Or am I reversing my numbers? Voting age. No, yeah, I'm referencing the right one. Okay. Those are my general thoughts. So to get this moving, seems like a general consensus that we don't like map 101. Can we agree that we will
Not
throw out
move
map
it
101?
forward? Not move it forward?
Yeah, not move it forward? I think that was the easy, I felt like there was most consensus on that, so. And then how do people feel? And Mike, we'll talk about your map when you resubmit, or we can take action on your map next time we meet. What do we feel on the remaining three then? Does anyone have
what?
strong opinions on anything, or do we want to proceed in keeping these in and proceed forward?
Oh, you're talking about the green,
I'm talking about the green, the orange,
Orange,
and
and
102. Correct.
I would, should I go ahead? Oh, I would favor keeping the NDC green, the NDC orange in the mix. And to a lesser extent, Public Map 102. I'm not as, I appreciate all the effort. I'm not as enthusiastic about 102 as I am about the other two. But
Okay.
I think we should keep it in the mix.
Okay. Do I have anyone else who's feeling strongly in one way or the other about anything?
So
I've-
we want to potentially keep
So
green.
right now, we're looking at keeping 102, do what Tony has suggested, keep 102, keep the orange map, keep the green map.
So
Well-
102, green and orange, is that right?
Charlotte?
Is that right?
yeah, I'd just assume, I like 102 and the green. I don't care for for the orange at all,
I don't particularly care for the orange
but
either. Tony likes the orange. Two of us don't like the orange.
so
What
let's
are
move
the
them
other
all
two?
forward.
It's a toss-up between, do I want not much change, or do I dislike that green district?
The green district.
Because I agree, it's odd.
I think the other two do a better job of communities of interest, but I think there's maybe some tweaking to these as well. I'm not really in favor of saying, I'm not prepared right now to say, I want this map or this map, and that's what I want to be our final map.
Yeah, I'm not 100% there on any one map as of right now either.
And my thoughts is to keep the three. see if there can be maybe a hybrid between the green map and the orange. Well, maybe there can't be. They're pretty significantly different. But
They're pretty different.
I don't think so either.
But I'm not willing to totally admit either one of them at this particular point. So my thoughts are that we keep, these three. And of course, there'll be some change, some modifications too.
We'll be getting other ones.
I'm not ready to make a complete determination on either one of these tonight.
And I'd like to address something that everybody else mentioned, and that is that my district District Number 1 is going to be a giving district. And so there will be people in that district who were not able to vote in the 2020 election, and they will again not be able to vote, and that's the way the number one thing is. We have to try to equalize populations. And District Number 1 is way over and above all the rest by thousands. So we got to have people going out of that one and
I think that's a given too, yes. that's a
just so everybody understands that there will be people who will not be able to vote again, and that's just what the law says. We'll blame it on the feds.
Well, I would agree that we keep the orange, green, and 102 for now.
Okay. Are there any specific changes that anyone is wanting staff or a consultant to play with, to look at when it comes to balancing or?
Yeah, on the green map, I would like to see what it looked like having, I don't know, I got to think a little bit more about it.
Okay.
But I don't know how it would look. District Number 3, as it's labeled here, is low. It's the district with the fewest people in it. If it were to go up a little higher, and then it would take some of the 14,672 people out of District Number 1 and put a few more. I mean, there's almost 1,000 difference in those two districts. District Number 1 has 14,627 people. District Number 3 has 13,709.
Do you mean like north of Las Posas?
North of Las Posas,
So
move a
take
little
some
bit
of
left.
out of 1 and give it to 3?
Yeah.
The Charter Oak neighborhood.
Um,
North Las Cruces?
Well, if it went up, I believe that the line on District Number 2 is Arneal. That's just what it's looking like to me.
Oh, it is.
It's Arneal.
And so I don't know what the population in that area is, but if that one went straight up, I mean, if the dividing line, so the green one, if Number 3 went straight up from there, I think that might equalize that a little bit more between those
Is that in the
two.
green map?
She's referencing the
NBC
the green map, yeah.
Mayor, if I could make a suggestion, if you would like to direct us to take the three maps and take your comments and and work with those.
Sure.
And NDC can do that, and see, and bring those back to you as the B version of those current three, is a suggestion.
Yep.
But at the same time, can we keep them as they are, plus a B version?
Yes.
Yeah, so
We may like
we
this.
won't, no, we won't cast, from these three, there will be variations,
Okay.
variants. Oh, wow, I shouldn't, don't say that word, that's bad.
Oh, no. Omicron, Delta, what?
We won't name them that. There will be, I'm going to use the word variants, there will be variants off this, but we will preserve the original maps, variations. I have one, and I'm going off of what Mr. Tremblay had said. In map 102, he had shared a concern about and I don't, Tony, I don't know if this is exactly what you're referring to or not. I just kind of noticed it. Where we have the, you have this dotted line in, I'm looking at the Mission Oaks between districts 4 and 5. You have this dotted line that represents where the district boundaries are now. I don't know, by taking this, the purple that is within District 5 here, it's really District 4. District 4 is growing into District 5. Taking that and just pushing that back up into the existing boundaries of District 4, I don't know how that does with the population deviation, but that would keep, as it is now, the community, the dividing line in Mission Oaks more whole and disenfranchise that fewer amount of voters potentially. I don't know how that works from a population standpoint. Yeah.
Can you run through that one with me one more time?
Yeah, so
I'm looking at, we're looking at,
we're looking at 102. I'm referencing.
we're looking at 102.
102.
Sorry, I'm referencing
I
102.
started looking at the NDC thing, so sorry.
am I.
So can we walk through?
All right, so 102, you see the dividing, the dotted line between districts 4 and 5. The purple, yeah.
Because,
Next time I'm gonna bring my little laser pointer next time, so. So we have the purple that's in District 5. Yeah, if that makes sense. So the purple that exists in the current boundaries of District 5, if that were moved and you were to, instead, that purple were to recess back to the district boundaries as exists now, but transfer up off of Upland, St. John Seminary, and this part in Mission Oaks, how does that potentially balance? And I'm approaching it from the population deviation is what's going to be most varied there. I don't know.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt you on this?
Yeah.
So this is what I think I hear you say,
Okay.
and that is take the bulge area,
Mhm.
right? And, which is, because 4 will be you said giving district, 4 will be a greedy district. I'm kidding around, but it'll be it needs more.
Taking.
Wait, 1,200, a taker, okay? It needs at least 1,200 more. So you would push the purple back to the existing boundaries of 4, but then take the area to the north along Wood Creek and to the east, I'm sorry, to the west of Wood Creek, all the way up through St. John's Seminary, or through the Grove instead.
No,
In other words-
4 would reclaim that.
Yeah.
4 would, okay. 4
And
would
give back
reclaim-
the bulge, so to speak, to District 5.
I've got to come up with some other metaphors. But anyway,
The middle edge bulge?
okay, so basically just switching out that purple area.
It's just, it's a trade, and what I'm trying to do
I got it.
is preserve that line, the existing line as it is, as much as possible, and seeing if there are opportunities to, because there are certain aspects I like about 102, but ways where we can modify to make sure I'm going to use the word disenfranchise again, but, make sure we don't leave nearly as many voters out.
Right, because
Because
there were a number of things that I did not like about 102, including excluding properties to the east of Wood Creek, which I think are part of, and I was speaking about this in terms of communities of interest. Did I say east of, I meant west of Wood Creek.
West, yeah.
Sorry,
get
I
what you're
apologize. West of Wood Creek. So anyway, yeah, let's take a look at that. So whatever that's going to be called, 102
saying. That would be 102B.
variation, 102B, yeah. Thanks.
Was there any other specific feedback we wanted to give beyond?
So,
Right, as of right now, you want,
okay, let's,
as of right now, we are moving forward. We've given some feedback. Staff and our consultant have heard of everything. We've talked about what we like and what we don't like, the directions we want to move in, and things we want to see. We're moving forward with map 102, the orange map and the green map. Staff will bring back to us variation. They're going to bring these maps back to us along with variations of those maps that incorporate some of our feedback and critiques, along with whatever additional maps the public may submit in that time before we meet again. Did I capture that?
Okay, so we've landed on 3.
So we're still moving forward with these 3.
All right.
Does anyone have any questions for us, does staff or consultant have any? Oh, yeah, let me turn your mic on, sorry.
I was just going to say, that, first of all, it's a very, very thoughtful conversation. It doesn't always happen like that. It's going on across the United States, so it's really quite powerful. But I think the city manager's right. I took a whole bunch of notes. What I'm intending to do is write up the notes, send them to check with staff to say, did I hear that right? And then get to the mapper to say, okay, pinch here and tuck there. I'm really glad you decided to take one of them out. A lot of cities just say, nope, let's just keep them all, and then at the end, they're looking at 50 maps. So it's good to kind of filter, and you're going to get some more back and forth, but I think we got plenty of notes. I got plenty of notes here about what your concerns are with the maps that you like, and you'll get B versions. We'll leave the A versions up, but you'll get B, and you can both look at them on the interactive as well as we'll bring them back publicly and see if we got it right. So we'll work with the city, the staff, to try and make sure we got it right.
Awesome. Everyone else up here good? All right.
Thank you.
We're leaving that item. We have, we still, I don't want to forget, Charlotte's history lesson.
You ready?
Yes.
We all ready? Yes?
Okay, tonight we're going to talk about water in Camarillo. In his book, An Album of Memories, Wendell P. Daly describes the urgency for drilling the first irrigation well in the Pleasant Valley, and I'm quoting, "We would plant and sow, till and cultivate, but the crop was not what it should be. The fall of 1911 was so dry, the ground so hard that I had to give up plowing. He was an up-to-date farmer who didn't believe in foolishness, such as water witching. But drilling wells wasn't cheap, so just to be sure, he hired a water witch who came out sneakily and staked out a lake location. Being a very skeptical man, he covered up the stake and hired another water witch who selected the same spot. Mr. Daly then hired Lane and Bowler, the world's greatest water developers from Los Angeles. Their rotary drill started on March 12, 1912, on the staked site. The hole was 24 inches in diameter for the first 200 feet, so that a 23-inch turbine pump could be installed. After that, the hole was 12 inches in diameter, and they drilled to a depth of 750 feet, where they found enough water to be pumped at the rate of 1,350 gallons per minute, the amount they figured was necessary to irrigate lima bean fields. Mr. Daly was so confident that they would find water that he had his farm hands dig ditches and lay irrigation pipes in the field while the well was still being dug. The water witches proved correct, and when the water did begin to flow, it was diverted straight into the fields. He reported that his crop that year was about twice that of his neighbors, and the same crew had 3 other wells in operation by the next lima bean season. When electricity came to the area, he replaced the gasoline engine with an electric motor. I'm going to quote again. I love Mr. Daly's book, by the way. "It was always quite a job to start the big 80 horsepower gasoline engine. Fuel had to be hauled in by the carload and stored in an underground tank. The engine had to be oiled and repaired. With the electric motor, all we have to do is throw the switch, and here come 75 wild horses running down out of the mountains, all fed, groomed, and harnessed, ready for work day or night. They never tire." Did I mention that this was Stan Daly's grandfather? And that at one time this area was called the lima bean capital of the world? Prior to electricity arriving here, homes got their water from outdoor hand pumps, brought in by the bucketful when needed. Talk about conservation incentive. However, when electric pumps could send water directly into houses, it was a game changer. From here on, I have some gaps, but here's what I know. On August 1st, 1944, County Water Works Number 5 was established to provide water in this area. The district was governed by the board of 5 members appointed by the Board of Supervisors. Water was provided to homes in the area as they developed, initially to what we now call Old Town, as well as homes on Fulton, Glen, Berry, and across the railroad on Pettit and Camarillo streets. It expanded as homes were built to the north. I believe that County Water Works Number 5 sunk wells that we now call A and B, although those wells have been rebuilt and re-drilled several times. In 1951, Waterworks Number 5 built the water reservoir on the elevated part of Cedar Street for storage and pressure distribution. We call it Reservoir Number 4. It's still used by the city, and it's lit up like a Christmas tree every December. In 1961, Ventura County Waterworks Number 5 built what we call Reservoir Number 2 up on a hill above wells A and B. I believe it was the district that also built what we call Reservoir Number 3 at the Courtyard, which might have once belonged to the Waterworks Number 5, but I've got to find out more about that. In 1959, the Air Force opened Catalina Heights housing south and east of Las Posas Road to house some of the military who worked at Oxnard Air Force Base, which later became Camarillo Airport after it was decommissioned. The military had its own water supply and its own reservoir at the southeast corner of Las Posas and Calle La Cumbre, which was raised when the old Catalina Heights homes in about 2008 were raised when Lincoln Military Housing was rebuilt. When Lincoln Military Housing rebuilt the development, and the city took over water distribution and other utilities from the Navy. By 1960, subdevelopers were ready to build houses around Catalina Heights, completely surrounding, but they needed water. Camino Water Company, a private stockholder company, was registered with the Secretary of State on June 24, 1960, so the building could proceed. Its office was on Las Posas Road in the building where the Pleasant Valley Historical Society is today. It was common for developers to start a private water company instead of annexing to a district. However, Ventura County Water District Number 5 was not happy with this, and they sued Camino Water Company. The Supreme Court in 1960, the Supreme Court made a decision in June 1964 in the favor of Waterworks Number 5. But by then, the well distribution system were all in place and the homes north and south of Las Posas had been built. Camino Water Company was in business. I believe they used the well of the farmer who owned the land that they had developed, which was transferred to the city and then abandoned. I think that's what we call well C, but I've got to dig farther into that too. The city of Camarillo incorporated on October 22, 1964. In 1965, the board of Ventura County Waterworks Number 5 approved, as did the Board of Supervisors, to disband and give its assets to the city so the city could provide water utility services to its residents. On October 14th, 1968, the City Council voted to purchase Camino Water Company for $1,251,643.88, and the company officially dissolved in March of 1970. For years, though, the city used that office on Las Posas as its courtyard, and the Water Division headquarters were there. The young city also entered into agreements with Callegas Municipal Water District, which had been formed in 1953, but was extending its pipes out this way to deliver imported water to the city. The city then blended its own pumped groundwater with the imported water from much better water quality water for its residents. The city drilled well D in 1984. It was drilled to a depth of 1,000 feet. It's located west of the intersection of the freeway and Las Posas Road, and it's still in use. In 1971, the city built what we call Reservoir Number 1. In 1981, we built Number 5. These were all numbered later. If you look at the master plan, it makes sense. It has nothing to do with the order in which they were built. We built Reservoir Number 5, and those are both on hills north of Las Posas and Earl Joseph Drive. In 1999, we built Reservoir Number 6, which is not within our service area, but over in Camarillo's service area. And it's over there because of the outcry from neighbors surrounding the preferred site above Maria Street, above Mesa Drive, which was not in our service area either. It was in Crestview, in Pleasant Valley Mutuals. In 2006, the city reached an agreement with the County of Ventura and other property owners at Camarillo Airport for the city to take over the water system at the airport because the water there had gotten so bad that it could not be used for human consumption. The city built a plant on the east end of the airport, did some other improvements, and the agreements with those property owners allow us to charge water customers on the airport property an additional increment to pay for the improvement, meaning that their water rate will be higher than other customers' rates until the improvements are paid for. The transaction included our acquiring the airport well, which we call Number 3. The city of Camarillo currently distributes water to about 14,000 connections. Our service area is defined by Callegas Creek to the east, the city boundary on the west and south, and it just varies north of Las Posas Road. There are 4 other water purveyors in the city. Camarillo Water District provides water east of Callegas Creek, while Pleasant Valley Mutual Water Company provides water to many, but not all, connections north of Las Posas Road and east of Glenbrook. Additionally, Crestview Mutual Water Company and Cal American Water Company serve water to a very few homes in the northwest part of the city. The city cut the ribbon for the North Pleasant Valley desalter in November 21. That's a story in itself, which I won't get into here. But when fully operational, the plant will deliver and treat 3,800 acre-feet of water per year, which will be a better quality and at a lower price than if we had continued to blend groundwater with purchased Northern California water. Thank you.
So do we start calling these segments Charlotte's Fireside Chats?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, just, this is marvelous. And what I'm hoping is that throughout this year, you can supply Charlotte these written materials to city staff, and we can do they can do a compilation for us.
My plan is, I've been adding sources at the bottom. I did that after I wrote the last one. And I have to find out more information, as I've indicated, and I will do that soon. My plan originally was that I've got binders. In my last council meeting, I was going to give each staff member and council member a binder with these in it, but I can do it differently if you'd like.
No, that's just fine. This is wonderful, and I really appreciate the time that you're putting in on this. This is like required reading, and for folks who come after us, this is invaluable. So,
And the next one's going to be on the oldest churches.
okay.
I was going to snippet the audio and then make it a podcast series and just throw it up as a public podcast. All right. With that, we have all of our businesses complete. Something that was brought up and requested, I want to make sure we adjourn the meeting today in the memory of 2 individuals, Rose Wisery, and Richard Navarez. So we will adjourn the meeting in their memory.